Hello, and welcome to another week of the Abuse Cartoons live stream. I think we're up and running, so please let me know in the chat if the audio or anything is a bit off. Try to make sure that I'm actually showing up here. There we are. All right. So, yes, it's very, very hot. As probably it is for everybody except for maybe Australia right now. They're having some nice cool weather. It's brutal. Um, so it's the kind of truncated summer holiday for the public schools now, and I think actually the kids are just starting to go back. They've only had like a little 2 week break, but a lot of the older schools here don't have central air or any kind of air conditioning, just electric fans, like little circulating fans. So with this, yeah, additional heat, usually they're not in school during this time, which is, kind of out of necessity because they can't keep things cooled down enough. So there's some kids that are probably going to have, heat stroke and all, dehydration, all kinds of wonderful things because they're trying to run the school year through this hot weather, and they're all wearing masks, so that makes it all that more fun. Hey Joe, how's it going? Yeah, San Francisco, that's right. You got that water. Yeah, I'm in I guess one of the few prefectures in Japan that's all landlocked. There's no sea. I mean, it's not far to the ocean, but nothing around. But yeah, it's Asia's been particularly brutal recently. I've talked to people here that said they remember when they were kids, hot weather was about 10 degrees, and that's Celsius, so that's many, many degrees Fahrenheit cooler. So a really hot day was like 35, back in the 80s or 90s during the summertime, and now it's 40. And 40 is brutally hot. I mean, it's kind of San Fernando Valley hot, or like, inland, in the Southwest, but without the dryness, with huge humidity. So it's really, really not something to mess with. It's pretty brutal. But I still see people out running and everything else. I guess if you account for it or just kind of know yourself, you can do that. But oof, I can't imagine running around in this humidity. And they probably have to, though, because I'm not sure what the situation is with the gyms yet, if they're letting people in. So treadmills might be off. Yeah, might be out of bounds right now if they're not letting anybody in. But yes, I hope everyone is doing well in this. Oh, wow. Yeah, there was very strange, like sudden thunderstorms in the U.S. There was that, and there was that weird windstorm in Chicago. There was like blowing shingles off of roofs and things downtown, right on the lakeside. Yeah, very bizarre weather. But it matches it matches everything else we're going through, so it doesn't seem that bizarre. But yeah, so a couple of weeks of a little bit easier schedule. But yeah, next week things go back to normal, just about for everybody, like kind of school wise and everything. So the morning commutes and everything will get crowded again with students. It's a little bit of a break, during the summer holiday, but then you also have people traveling, or out shopping and things on the holiday, or during the summer break. So that can make things crowded at other times. So it just depends. Yeah, it's very strange because everyone wants to do the same thing and everyone has the same time off in Japan, so it makes things extra crowded and bizarre. You just have to like suffer crowds. And when the tourism was really, really high, then that was the worst, because you had not only what you would have from the domestic crowds, but then everyone from other countries. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, heavy winds. Yeah, we've got that coming up here too, the typhoon season. So it's going to be weird because it's going to stay hot, and then we're going to have these crazy storms rolling in occasionally, which hopefully will switch up the temperatures. But yeah, that's when a lot of trees get snapped and things fall over. Yeah, we've had stuff falling. We've got a huge tree behind us with some big limbs that it sheds occasionally because the neighbors don't care at all about how so it's basically the biggest tree in the area. You can see it from all around, and it's probably holding the hillside up, so you can't complain about that. But it's definitely does some damage and drops leaves like about this big in the fall. All right. Yeah, but that's crazy when you get trees in the city falling on cars and blocking roadways and stuff. All right. Wow. So, some kind of spoon. Yeah, so I hope everyone's doing well. It's hard to know what well is anymore because we keep getting infection numbers, and people keep talking about things going badly. There's been a big increase in bad weather infections in Korea, which they were talking about related to a churches reopening, because Korea is I think majority Christian, or a large percent Christian, so they have big churches, big church services, and that's big crowds of people, and who knows how well they can control the crowds. So that's fun. That's been an interesting thing because people aren't paying a lot of attention, recently to religious freedoms and things, but that's been one of the that's one of the congregating kind of activities is religious worship. So I think there you heard early on, I think there was a lot of pressure in like New York. I think they went after the Jewish community for refusing to quarantine and holding services. So it's a weird tension now, because especially in American government, that it seemed like the Christian right used to have so much a bigger say about everything. But let's not go into politics right away. But I don't know what's happening, and now all of the doomsayers, they're predicting that this fall, when we get hit with a flu season plus whatever's still around, it'll be ugly. Oh wow, yeah, that's crazy. You can have insane thunderstorms. Yeah, when they hit really close to your house and you just feel everything shake. That's insane. All right. Oh, that wasn't bad. Well, yeah, it's definitely an odd time. I just want to get past November, so all of this, weird manipulation that's going on politically in the U.S. is just over for a while. Because it's, completely the worst timing for all this, an election year and all this strange stuff happening. Not a good combination, and everybody figuring out how they can use it to their advantage. Alright, some kind of bowl. But oh, yeah, the pressure is very unpredictable on this pen. I'm not getting... Yeah, I think it's the kind of memory thing. It's odd. Wow. Yeah, but I hope everyone's doing well. I don't even know, like, work-wise and what everyone's doing. Like, they screwed up. They were going to send another round of checks in the U.S. to help people out, which, doesn't really, if people are really in trouble, it's too little too late, and they even screwed that up. They couldn't agree on anything, and then they recessed for the summer break. So that's pretty embarrassing. Oh yeah, and it's been the news here has been commemoration of VJ Day, so they surrender, Japan's surrendering. So yeah, August is a really weird month here. There's a lot of commemoration of the war, but a lot of it is of course talking about the atomic bombings, and every year I think they either produce something or they show a some kind of a history-based drama, historical drama, set during that time. And so NHK, the equivalent of PBS, or I guess more like the BBC maybe in Japan, funds historical drama, based on wartime. So they've done things about the internment camps in the U.S. or just various aspects. But the one thing I noticed this year, so this year they were talking about the students, or I guess it was a Kyoto University, or one of the universities was actually, during the same time everyone was rushing to split the atom in the 40s, they were doing the same thing. And so it was a drama kind of talking about the the tensions of the war, and some of the students coming back and then having to be dispatched redeployed during the wartime, and kind of the drama between that. But the people working on that research, like, thinking they were doing something good, and then realizing after the bombings, after the Allied bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that's what they were doing. Like, that devastation was actually what they were trying to make. That was the capability they were trying to give their government. So it was a very kind of shocking thing for those characters, and probably based on letters or accounts, because it wasn't that long ago, so I'm sure there's actual documentation. But the one thing that I noticed that makes those dramas a little strange is it's always, when they tell those stories, they're telling it from like a 75-year in the future kind of opinion, like a more contemporary opinion. So they don't really give the characters the true feel of the conviction, or the kind of naive thinking, or whatever they would understand at that time. They have experienced everything, all of history up until this point, And so the writers of those historical dramas sometimes have a very odd. They're moralizing, and they're teaching, trying to teach a lesson more than give you an accurate depiction of kind of where people were with their thinking and everything at that time. So I don't know. I guess it's it serves its purpose, but at the same time it's also a little odd that it the tone of it is always a little odd for me when they're talking about those things. But but it's good that they exist. That's right. Exactly, Joe. Someone was actually guiding this ship, then there would be no need for these weird funding, this check. Yeah. This check, like I was saying, they're doing that here too. They're sending checks to people, or offering businesses money for staying closed, but it's not enough money to let them stay closed, so it's kind of meaningless. I mean, the only thing that would make sense to take those checks or take that money is if you're planning to close your business anyhow. Then you'd have a little bit of cushion for whatever your next project was going to be. But it's ridiculous. But so like I was saying, this time of year, so commemoration of VJ Day, and talking a lot about end of the war. So the bombing, so the commemoration of each of the atomic bombings, and then VJ Day in August is always, and it's hot. It's miserable hot weather, and then there's all this sadness and death and talk about wartime. So it's very strange. But I guess my daughter is not getting much education as far as like that time period in Japan yet, or if ever. So that's kind of interesting, because my wife was saying that they're kind of tortured. She remembers being tortured with that as a kid, like always in school. They're watching dramas or historical documentaries about the wartime, and especially about the bombing. So for a little kid, that's insanely traumatic. Like, you can't understand the thinking of why people go to war, and how people could do that to each other. And so it's just very, very shocking and upsetting. And she remembered that being a constant traumatizing when she was in school. But I guess maybe like everything else that's happening, parents are complaining so much that they're not doing that as much anymore. They're giving up on that approach, which I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily good. Things are going to be people are going to act in ignorance of a lot of history. Yeah, it's very, very strange, because I don't think there's been apologies and financial compensation, but I don't think Japan has ever really come to terms with its war, and even before, its kind of colonizing behavior and then the wartime behavior. People just aren't aware of that here at all, and they hide behind the victimhood of the atomic bombings to make them feel like victims, or they have some inkling of there must have been some reason for people to do that, but there's not a lot of understanding. So that's an odd thing, and I wonder, like if that's the same thing for Germany, if public schools are kind of wrestling with how to put that into a context, because there's so much nationalism and patriotism and everything, and and in Japan, the kind of emperor worship and stuff, so all of that stuff becomes a little bit difficult to explain, and a little bit difficult to they don't want to attack that still exists. And I guess that was one of the important things, or that was one of the things that made the rebuilding of Japan go better than it maybe otherwise would have, is they let the emperor, the imperial family, like that, they left that intact, just with the understanding, or just like a not letting it be such an open, like, emperor as deity was not a thing that was going to be allowed, but they left the royal family intact. So I think that helped a lot with post-war thinking. I don't know. It's difficult stuff. Yeah, and especially now, Japan, you keep hearing rumblings of it, and Japan talking about wanting to go beyond defense force and have a standing a normal military, standing army again. But I think in this situation, especially with all the tensions in Asia, I don't know how well that's going to go, because you're just going to have a ton of saber rattling and ships facing each other down in the China Sea and Sea of Japan over these territorial disputes that are, some of them are centuries old. So, and especially with Russia too, like Japan has both claims on small islands that they're arguing with both Russia and China about. So any of those things could go bad. Yeah, Joe, yeah. So August is all of that, because historically that's what happened, is the two bombings and then the surrender happened all within August, and so that's the commemoration. And it's difficult because, like I was saying, it was also the Obon season, so kind of the Day of the Dead, but kind of ghost story. Like summer is the ghost story season in Japan, so it's a weird combination of wartime remembrance and remembrance of the victims of the bombings and war victims and things, and then also the ancestor remembrance, and also the kind of ghost time. This is like maybe the closest thing they have more to like a Halloween time. Like it's fall. In North America, it's more of the fall. Or the West, I guess, it's more fall and the dead leaves and the trees and trees being bare, and the pumpkins are more our idea of the ghost story season. But here it's summer. And I heard, I'm not sure how true it is, but I heard that the reason for that summer, like the peak summer, is a ghost story time, is because when you're scared, when you're telling ghost stories, or that's just a thing you're thinking about, the fear makes you cold. So it's some relief from the miserable humidity and summer temperatures, as your fear cools you down. I don't know if that's true, but that's like a folk, folklore, like a thinking, popular wisdom. Oh yeah, what's going on? Yeah, there's been that was a weird transition. So usually Japan has, so they just recently moved from, I think I talked about that I think it took effect in no, not this January, last January. Oh, I can't even remember. Time is just it's like everything's been so deleted, I can't even remember that actually if anything happened this year or not. But the previous emperor abdicated, so he stepped down, which has never happened before, due to health. He was worried that his mental state was not very good, and that he couldn't do his job, that he would become an embarrassment, and so to maintain kind of his pride and modesty, that he stepped down, and his son took over. So that's when Japan went from, because they have a calendar based on the an imperial calendar, I think. So based on the rule of different emperors. So we went from Heisei to Dewa. I can't even remember. So the new era is the Dewa, and that was when the son took over. And yeah, there's been some weird tensions. The younger brother, not the emperor brother, but the younger brother, I think, had one of their kids was dating a very shady character, so he wanted to get married, but he was involved in weird business dealings in America. It sounded really shady. So I'm not sure what happened with that, but there's been a little bit of, I don't know if there are, definitely not outside of Japan, but I don't even know if in Japan there are kind of royal or imperial watchers or whatever, fans of the imperial family, but there's gossip occasionally. But yeah, I don't think, because people haven't gotten married recently, So I don't think there's been any new births, but there's been some tensions with who people have chosen as their potential partners, and the family's trying to discourage that. So that was the last thing that I heard, is this kind of shady, possibly fiance. But of course it was connected to some, odd business dealings in the West. So I don't know what that's all about. But yeah, that kind of stuff is funny. It's so unique to this situation. I'm sure that's it's like with a lot of European countries too. All of their gossip about their royalty and who they married and whatever's going on. But there's been some, I don't know. Yeah, it's just weird. The whole situation. I don't know enough about it to talk very well about it, but there's a lot of weird, rumors and things about different people. Oh, but that's right. That's what they're saying though, is so the bloodline, follows the maternal side, and like next in line would be, so that the emperor now, they only have a daughter, and so they're gonna have to change the rules or figure something out, because I don't think there's ever been an empress. It always follows, or I can't remember, but there was something that this is going to be a weird, after this emperor ages out, which he's not young, so he's not going to have a very long rule unless he's particularly long lived. I don't think he's going to have a very long rule, so this era will not be that long. And then they have a daughter, so there's going to have to be a change in the tradition, or kind of a severing of the bloodline, if they're going to continue to do that, because it always follows from the paternal bloodline. So I don't know how that's going to be decided, or what's going to be affected, and if people are really still that strict and concerned about it, because so many other royal families have married commoners commoners have married into royal bloodlines. But I guess as long as it doesn't sever the whatever the divine whatever that you're supposed to be passing along genetically. So I don't know what will happen with that. We'll find out in a couple of decades, and I'll be too old to care. I'll get to spreading random gossip about the royal family. The royal guard will suddenly appear at my front door and they'll get rid of me. Yeah, and I don't think there's not the I guess because they're colonies, people in America or Canada or Australia are much more interested in like British royal family, the events and things that are taking place. And but I don't know if anybody pays attention to what's happening in Japan other than the Japanese. Yeah, but that ceremony was I think I talked about that when that was happening, whenever that was. But that ceremony was very interesting. The enthronement ceremony. Yeah, it was very interesting. It was a really rainy day, but that seeing that level of kind of Japanese formality and everything was very interesting, and it's very old style, like the kimono and everything that the emperor and empress were wearing were very kind of an ancient, not ancient, but a very old style, and you rarely see that. You mostly see that just in the on the money or history or whatever, but you don't you don't see that kind of ceremony often. I guess if you do, it's more related to religious, to source for ceremonies at temples or things, because some of the priests wear very old, very, very older traditional costume. I don't know. Clothing. Yeah, it's not. I don't think costume is the appropriate word, but so that's August here, and every August it's always the same. It's hot and depressing. because people are just thinking about the war dead. And also it's getting difficult. That era is getting difficult because there are very few survivors now, almost no survivors. I mean, if there are people that witnessed any of that, they were very, very young children at the time. So, yeah, there's not a lot of first-hand accounts now of things. So it's going to start getting distorted and may lose its impact or importance. And just like everything related to that time. As people die, sometimes their stories don't get passed on, or things get distorted. So we'll see what happens. I mean, that's a time that Japan cannot afford to forget. I mean, even though they're not, I don't think, being that honest about it. That's going to be difficult. So depressing August leads into typhoon season in September, which typhoons can start at any time. They can happen anytime. But yeah, and that was the thing I never understood, because when I would originally visit Japan, it would always be in September because the tickets were so cheap, and it didn't really occur to me because it's still late summer, so most of the time the weather is okay unless you have a storm. And it never occurred to me that that's why the tickets were so cheap, is because threat of being stranded there, threat of flights being canceled. And I think that almost happened to me once. They were expecting a storm to hit the Kansai airport, and so my flight might have been canceled, or it was in doubt. And but it wasn't. That's the really strange thing, because the country is so small, is when there's typhoons and they're reporting typhoons, they're tracking it the whole time, and they're showing the kind of predicted path that it's going to take across once it hits land, and it can so quickly easily pass over. But also, like, there's so many things that can affect its direction, that this is a big one, here it comes, oh, it missed. That's so often. So everyone is preparing their getting supplies and getting ready to just spend a night enduring heavy winds and rain and everything, and then it just doesn't come. But then when it comes, when they're not when it doesn't feel like it's going to be so bad, and it actually hits, then you're kind of caught a little bit off guard. So it's a very odd thing. If you get very upset, or very what's the word, if you prepare every time they announce a warning, it becomes exhausting because you don't know what you're actually going to deal with, and what's going to be a near miss. Because I guess it just takes so little to not get off course, so that you have a little bit of a windy day, or you have some extra rain, and that's it. And but other parts of Asia or other parts of the country can just get devastated depending on where it goes. But because I think like the archipelago of Japan kind of fits inside California, I think land-wise. That's my image for some reason. So yeah, if you think about that, if you think about just like California in the ocean, and like how quickly a storm would actually pass over that much land. But yeah, so that fun is coming up. Yeah, it's really crazy. I mean, and that's a hard thing to oh no, you got censored, Joe. Sorry. Yeah, that's a hard thing to deal with. I mean, but it could have been. Sorry, let me see if I can find. What am I doing here? Yeah, that's a hard thing to deal with. What? I don't know what this. Oh, maybe shit. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, that's. I mean. I think that was what they were, that little historical drama that I was watching. I think that was the kind of what they were trying to get at, is everybody with advanced scientific research was trying to split the atom at that time. It was a race to do that, and America just did it first, and they weaponized it first, and they used it first. But yeah, it could have been any country. And I'm sure that the people that were doing that research, especially because a lot of them were escaped Nazi Germany, like German Jewish scientists and escaped Nazi Germany, that they were hoping to use it against the Nazis. And when the war was when surrender of Germany, then there was still the Pacific Theater, and then the soldiers were going to be redeployed into the Pacific, and like, oh, this is still going on. We still have another half of a war to finish here. And that involved, invading the mainland of Japan, which has never happened in modern history. And, the experience they had just with the islands of people fighting to the death, and just civilians with, bamboo spears opposing soldiers or committing suicide. I mean, they knew it was going to be a very brutal, that was not going to go well at all. And I think, because everybody had lost their kind of stomach for all the death, yeah, that was the solution. That was a more peaceful solution. Yeah, it was very bizarre. And the difficult thing, and they didn't really address that so much, but the difficult thing is between the two atomic bombs is Japan immediately tried to reach out, I think, to Russia to negotiate something. And so the West, I don't know, I don't know specific details, and who knows how much of the truth we actually know, but the West didn't, the West heard nothing, as a result of that. There was no response, no reaction. But I guess at that time, Japan was trying to, reach out to Russia to negotiate on their behalf, or to, surrender to Russia, and then have that effectively, end things. But, because the Allies didn't hear anything, then there was a second bombing. So the behavior of the government, the Japanese government, made that possible. And there shouldn't have ever been, it should have never gotten to that point. But that just shows you, that weird, role that technology serves. And I think I talked about that. The other thing that happened then after that, so America was the only country with the atomic bomb. And yeah, I don't think I've gone on about that before then, and that's all from hardcore history. They were talking about, in the 50s, or late 40s, 50s, America's like, okay, so what do we do? What do we do with this really insane weapon we have now? Do we use it to take over the world, or what? And basically, I think people saw it as their responsibility to not let America be this atomic tyrant, to make sure that everybody had that technology, and everyone was able to develop weapons. And that's why we had that wonderful stalemate for decades of everybody building weapons and pointing them at each other, and assured mutual destruction, annihilation, whatever we had that state for a while, which made my childhood so wonderful. Fear of, I don't think we had, not unlike the 60s, we didn't have bomb drills. What do you do when they say that, the duck and cover, if you remember that stuff from the 60s, the old PSAs and stuff about what you do during bombings. But yeah, that was just crazy. But a very, very odd part of history. And now we're post that age in a weird way, because that's not the threat, even though every country of maniacs all over the world has that capability. We're not thinking about that as the way the world ends, because that's the image of most post-apocalyptic. The apocalypse is a nuclear apocalypse. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, that was the weird thing though. I always thought that was the case with the Road Warrior movies, with Mad Max, the Mad Max movies. But I don't think they ever made that completely clear that's what it was. That I think that it just became a war for resources, and it wasn't actually. I can't remember now, but I was watching something that made it very like. I think they by the third movie they called it an atomic, or they called it a nuclear holocaust. But the second Mad Max movie, I can't remember if they talked about there actually being an apocalypse, and that it was just a things collapsed because of the lack of resources, because they ran out of fossil fuels or whatever. They were fighting for the little bit that was left. But yeah, that was one of those things that I always assumed. I think most of pop culture just assumed that that's what it was, because everything that was inspired by that setting, Fallout and everything just kind of had that assumption of nuclear apocalypse. But yeah, it's funny, and people have done themes on that. Isn't Last of Us is like vegetable apocalypse or whatever, fungus or something? Yeah, whatever the thing is that turns people into the zombies or whatever of Last of Us was not. It was some kind of plant or something. Joe says, thank you, Nazis with a 4. Yes. Yeah, it's crazy. Mm. Mm. Yeah, really, really funny, and it's not over yet. I mean, that's the weird thing, that we are definitely in the middle. I mean, we always are, but for some reason, because of the bad weather and everything, it feels like we're in the middle of history more than we've ever been, and there's going to be you know, there's going to be a version of this that gets written, or a version of this that gets understood, and that will be what happened in history books. But right now, when you're in the midst of it, it doesn't make any sense, and you don't know what forces are at work or what's actually happening. And we'll find out someday, or someone will record a version of this, and yeah, it's going to be weird. It's going to be really weird. But yeah, that's I think that's the and even in wartime, people must feel that, because you just have this survival instinct. You're not sitting back during a war when you're like running. You're like a refugee and running from your home to some other country, or some part of your country which isn't, where there's no battle going on. You don't have any perspective. You're just in kind of survival mode, and we've kind of been put in survival mode from the pandemic, and so I don't think we have a good context or a good idea of what's really going on. But a generation from now, they're going to look back, and there's going to be some version of this. We just don't know what it is right now. Yes, and it'll probably be written in Chinese. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking how so if Trump loses, I don't want to talk about this at all, but it just made me laugh. If Trump loses this election, I can't wait to see how the internet what meme comes out of that, because if it was 10 years ago or whatever, it would be the "you're fired," because that was like his pop culture identity from being on a reality show. So I wonder what weirdness is going to come out of that. It's just getting so ridiculous, and I don't know what is happening. Every city that I always thought about, like if we move back to the U.S., every city that I thought, oh, maybe we'll live there, everyone is such a nightmare right now. I can't even imagine nothing sounds like a good option at this point. Of either places where I have family or places that I've always wanted to live. It's like, yeah, doesn't sound like a good idea. Yeah, it's definitely the weird thing about Japan is they have protests here, but and there's always protests. There's some really odd groups here protesting all kinds of odd random things that they just kind of allow to go on, and it's all peaceful and not very large. So there's been Black Lives Matter protests in Japan, and there's been all kinds of small scale protests, and they all seem to go pretty painlessly because they don't. I think because the police response would just be to disappear everybody they could that they think was organizing things. But that makes it odd here when so many countries in the world are having, because I just heard Belarus is having crazy anti-government protests. So seeing that in so many countries of the world, and it just doesn't. I mean, maybe in the 60s in Japan, there was much more political unrest at certain points, but now, and maybe that has to do with the country mostly being old, and I'm sure there's a lot of political activity on Twitter, on Japanese Twitter, but it's not in the streets here. So it feels very different. And it's also interesting, that cultural difference, because I have some friends that want to march and want to protest living here, and okay, well, you're kind of you're just renting a space here. You're not really part of this culture. So to try to introduce kind of foreign concerns or things, that's a little odd, and I don't know how well that's going to serve you, because there is the magical deportation button for anybody that's going to be causing too much trouble here. I don't know anybody that's actually had that happen, but I also don't know any very politically active or extreme people. What is going on here? But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, but that'll be an interesting part of the future here, because Japan knows that they're going to have to start dealing more with foreign workers, and also treating them better, because they have a history of prisoners. They've using prisoners and kind of indentured servants for different. They've been very abusive of foreign workers in the past, and there's just a tendency to take advantage. And basically do that thing that was happening in. Probably still happens in the U.S., but was more common in early American history, where you just threaten somebody's life and say you owe me everything, and so you're basically mine until you can pay off this this bill, this outstanding debt that you'll never be able to pay off. A lot of that is the style of foreign labor in Japan, but it's become a necessity now. So there has to be better labor laws and things that are actually enforced. So we'll see how Japan handles that. But then with the increased number of foreigners here, you're going to have foreign interests, and people protesting for different things, and people organizing for different rights and things as workers. So we will see what happens. Yeah, we'll see what happens in that. Hey, K5, how's it going? Yeah, right. I got elected, so I'm going to stay in power forever. Yeah, I can't believe that's the thing that people keep talking about with Trump, is that he's never going to leave. He's never going to leave. It's I don't know. I don't know if he's actually benefited that much from being president. We'll see. Yeah, it's yeah. There were threats, even in the last election. There were threats on both sides about recounts, and this is going to go to court, and let's see how ugly we can make this. As far as if it's close, how they wanted to contest it. So we'll see how it goes this year. I just want to wake up in December after this is over. Can I be put in some kind of suspended animation and miss this miserable weather in the late summer, and then just wake up after the American election? Yeah. I don't know. I'm just drawing random generic things. Nothing has much personality right now. Well, let's try it on the other side. Yeah, so we will see what's going on. Yeah, my keyboard should be working better than that. Okay. Yeah, there's a really weird thing, and I don't know if that's just like a mistake that Windows, or maybe it's something I can change in deeper Windows settings. But a lot of the key combinations I use for Photoshop also change the language of my keyboard in Windows. So randomly, when I'm holding different keys, I'll get these prompts that pop up and say, oh, you want to switch between Japanese and English, and I don't. So it becomes very frustrating. There's something that's too close. So either in Photoshop or, well, I guess I can't do it in Photoshop because it's combinations. It's like combinations of 3 or more keys that are doing it, and you can't. I don't think there's any other options to do that. So I don't know. I can probably. I don't know. It's kind of a rare case, though. There's probably not a lot online about how people are dealing with that, because most people probably just want to work in one language, and if they're working in multiple languages, it's probably all compatible with just a QWERTY, Roman keyboard, whatever they call it, the alphabet. Yeah, very strange. Oh, my my daughter was all excited about the Harley Quinn skin in Fortnite. That Fortnite's become a thing in Japan now. They're a little late to the party, just like they were with Minecraft, but just like everything else with Japanese fans, now they're really into it. Like it takes a while to hit. It takes a while for the culture to kind of accept it, but as soon as they do, then everybody gets crazy about it. But so she liked the Harley Quinn skin, or whatever you call it, and but she didn't know the character, so we put on I don't know why, but put on Suicide Squad last night so she kind of see, and it's brutal. I mean, it's like you forget, like, they don't tell superhero stories that kids can process very well. They're so ugly. I mean, they're based on what people know from these characters, but everything is very mature audience style, and so it's weird. It's like there's not I'm sure in like comic books and like there's some more harmless separation, but that character's pretty brutal. And it's funny that so most of the Fortnite players here are kids, are little kids, and that's a pretty rough character to and I didn't really think about that, because mostly when I think of Harley Quinn, I think of like Batman the animated series Harley Quinn. Nothing that where it doesn't get too intense, but the origin story from Suicide Squad is pretty ugly. But that kind of, I think they talked about that when, especially when like Man of Steel, that the Superman, the Zack Snyder Superman movie came out. Just like, okay, kids don't have superheroes anymore because everything has to be dark and ugly, and there's a lot more murder in superhero stories than there used to be. I don't know. No, yeah, that's the good thing is it's really restricted. Like schools are really. Oh, I should. Yeah, K5. I should show her Grounded. Yeah, yeah. Um, I think she'd love that. But yeah, she hasn't asked to dye her hair or cosplay or anything yet. So yeah, but it's funny. They added like Catwoman, Batman, and Harley Quinn because they must pay crazy money to license that. Because didn't they have like John Wick and Thanos and everything in that game and Star Wars, like the Emperor's message from the Rise of Skywalker, is that the title? Was in Fortnite. That was ridiculous. But yeah, so I was just surprised by that. But then I remembered that like that's been the thing for a while. Kids just don't get into superheroes because there's no good media for them to get into superheroes with because digital comics don't make a lot of sense. The animation is not. It's been very random, and yeah, so then they just have the movies or Fortnite. But yeah, yeah. Oh, so I was saying that yeah, that's good. The good thing about the kids that dye their hair in Japan are either like university students or they're basically out of their um, whatever that's called required their what's that called the required education, the K through 12. And those schools are really usually, unless it's a really shitty school in a kind of a dodgy area, they're strict about the kids' hairstyle and no hair color, and there's a lot of no cosmetics and all kinds of things. But what that does is then when the kids get out of high school, then they go crazy and they pierce their ears 70 times and do everything they wanted to do the craziest hairstyles that they want to do. I remember the one high school class that I taught, the all girls school, once everyone graduated, they all had super long hair because they all got hair extensions. They were wearing really short hair during their high school careers because it was easy and convenient and low maintenance, and then they all got hair extensions, or many of them got hair extensions. So yeah, I don't know, there's got to be a balance somewhere between those things. But yeah, that was really disappointing. I didn't have a good way to and it was the same thing with Spider-Gwen from Into the Spider-Verse. So she liked that character, and I was like, okay, so I'll find some Spider-Gwen comics, and yeah, they're just not for kids. It's really weird. I don't know who comics are for anymore, besides the part of the culture war. But I don't know who comic books are being written for now, because it's not, and she's not super young. I mean, yeah, it's just weird. I don't know. Ellen. Yeah, I don't know about Canada though. Yeah, I mean Canada's got big, beautiful nature, but their government is such a joke. Um, yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is an American perspective, but yeah, Canadian government is silly. It's got the same kind of silliness as the British government. They just legislate and have police officers waste their time, like going to people's houses and telling them to remove tweets and things, and yeah, because it doesn't. Canada literally has like correct pronoun usage in the law. So if you use the improper pronoun with somebody, that actually is a violation of the law. There's like speech codes that are legally enforced in Canada. It's like that, whatever. That's insane. Yeah, Ellen. What's going on with Ellen? It's so weird. It's like, there's these cycles, or these like you can see like all incredibly successful famous people are pieces of garbage. They're all terrible human beings, because to get to that place you've got to do some pretty shitty things. So we don't understand, or we don't accept that, because they're financially rewarded so much and they can project this public persona that is agreeable and likable. So we just go with that, and we don't understand that for them to actually have been in that, to get to that place, they have to be pretty terrible people. And so then just something happens where the system, I don't know, or like the wrong person gets pissed off, or somebody just decides, okay, no more with them, and then all the bad news comes out. But it's always been there. Like, people that have worked for Ellen have always known that she's horrible to work with, that she's just an abusive boss or has a very toxic work environment or whatever. But it's never been different, so why now? Yeah, that kind of stuff is always funny. For me, like when that happens to Japanese celebrities, you can feel, because the industry is so much smaller here, you can kind of feel like someone just flipped a switch and said they're done. Like they pissed somebody off. They didn't take a deal or didn't sign a contract or didn't do something. And they were probably threatened, and all sorts of weird things happened because there's like reports of like you know uh, companies hiring people to stalk you and intimidate you, like kind of mafia style, if you're not signing contracts and doing what you're supposed to be doing in Japan. So you can tell very obviously, oh, suddenly they have a drug charge, or suddenly they're having an affair, or suddenly there's this bad news about them because someone with power decided they're done. We're not working with them anymore, so have at them. So obviously there must be some state where everyone's got this protection, and media will ask for permission or things, to write these stories or release these things, and it's just they're protected to some extent, and that must be happening in the U.S. too. So I always think that, hey, bro, how's it going? But yeah. So but it's crazy. It's probably always been like that. So it's not like this is a new thing. And she's been on TV forever, for decades already, and so people just tolerated it because she was making money, and just like anybody, if you've ever worked, done restaurant work or whatever, with an actual like chef, like the well, and as is depicted in like reality shows and stuff, those are really abusive people. Like kitchens in decent restaurants are really, really abusive situations, and shit gets thrown around, and there's just screaming and yelling and very uncomfortable situation. But that's like the level of energy that a lot of these people need to operate at to, do whatever they need to do. So there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that's miserable, and I'm sure a lot of theater and TV production and stuff has to have a lot of ugliness and abuse in it, but that's kind of how those things operate. That's like the level you have to just get out of the way, because things have to perform at a certain level. I don't know. So it's very funny, but I am very suspicious that there is something happened, like somebody said, okay, yeah, we're gonna let this just kind of play out and not protect her, and there's some reason for that. She just didn't make the right deal, or especially with America, with these big media companies, there's people that are looking, well, we want to install our own daytime little dancing talk show host, so let's get rid of her. Let's just let people go at it and see if we can actually get her out. Yeah, I just heard the people are trying to cancel Rick and Morty because of Dan Harmon's old hysterical baby rape video. Oh yeah. No, that's really true. Yeah, you just wonder, and we don't know. Like we only see a weird surface. We only see what we're allowed to see or whatever. And even people that work in those industries, they know the truth, but they don't like really talk about it. It's not worth them getting in trouble or losing their position. I think that's what's the problem is, that when there's so much money involved, or it's like when they feel they're in a position of some kind of power, and or they want their career, they're protecting their career, they'll just let these things go on. But but I was surprised to see that they're going after Rick and Morty because of that came out like 5 years ago or something, before some old stupid comedy video that he had done back in the day, where edgy cringy stuff was more standard. Yeah, until he became more woke LA comedian. I don't know. I mean, people that support that kind of stuff, they don't just have no idea. I mean, I have some friends that are kind of, along the lines, the SJW lines, and they just don't realize that that's coming for them, because you can never be, woke enough. There's always, one step beyond what you are, and that's where they're gonna get you. So, yeah, being part of that kind of those mob tactics is eventually gonna, wash up on your shore. It's gonna be something you're gonna have to deal with. I don't know. Hey, Hazmat, how's it going? Yeah, that's true, K5. Yeah, we just get we get the version that they want us to see, and also the one that we kind of want to believe. Because most of those people to be in media positions have to have a certain amount of charisma and be able to be likable. They can't always be miserable, or else no one would want them around. But yeah, because that's funny. That's the thing you hear when anybody meets someone famous. Their reaction, like just a regular person meets someone famous, their reaction is just, they're so nice. Because that's their whole thing. That they are their own brand. And so yeah, but then when you hear stories of bad behavior by famous people, then wow, that's so shocking, because how dare they not constantly be promoting their brand. Yeah, it's funny. I don't know what this is. Oops. Oh, they were just linked. Oh. Oops. Yeah, airplane seats. Yeah, right. Oh, that would be a rough one. Yeah, I guess I was thinking like those old. These aren't deep enough for that. Those were much fatter and deeper. But those old LCD, those electronic games that were like emulating, arcade, but they weren't. They were just those cruddy liquid crystal displays that were just black and white or backlit or whatever, and had the horrible beeping versions of whatever, Defender or Space Invaders or whatever. All right, let's see something else here. But yeah, so Lee is back and settled in. If she pops on, I'll say more. But yeah, we worked on something together that I can play for you guys later if she shows up. But she's 8 hours behind Japan time now, so she's in the UK, and so yeah, that may make it a little bit odd. Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, and there's actually like, I think because they didn't plead out, one of the women like went to court, and she might have to do some time over that. That doesn't make any sense. It's almost like they were tricked into thinking like this is the way you do things. Like somebody gave them some bad information about, oh no, if you just do this weird thing, you can get your kid into school. It's like, well, can't I just get my kid into school because they have my name? Like, yeah, that was really weird. I think there's some weird disconnect, because that entitled, celebrity thing, I don't know, it seemed like some kind of weird scam that they would go through all of that to like Photoshop pictures that made their kids look like they were on sports teams that they weren't, and all this weird stuff. It seemed like somebody was messing around with them, telling them that's what they needed to do. Where it's just, don't we just write a bigger check somewhere and hand it to you in an envelope? And Yeah, that stuff was so strange. It's almost like they weren't quite famous enough to get that treatment, so they had to do some weird other lower level of special treatment. Yeah, it's very bizarre. Yeah, and who decided? Who decided they were going to call them on that? Because I'm sure they've been ignoring that stuff forever. But somebody just decided, I hate Desperate Housewives or whatever the show was that they were on. I hate that show. I'm not gonna let this. Not gonna let this stand. Yeah, it's funny. And I remember when that came out, there was something about like the kid didn't even sound like they wanted to go to school. They're just like, yeah, whatever, mom. But it was the parents that were like making this thing happen. So the kids would have probably just flunked out anyhow. The parents go through all of that to get their kids into some, advantageous situation, and the kid just like, drinks and drugs their way out of university. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that whole thing was so weird, and that there was actual like jail time involved and stuff. It's hysterical. I mean, it's not like they're going to go to like maximum security federal prison for that, but it's still really odd. Yeah, I still can't believe that Martha Stewart went to prison for insider trading or whatever. That's still the most bizarre thing. It's like, what's the point of being a celebrity if you have zero protection from bullshit like that? That's so funny. So bizarre. So I guess things have always been about that weird. Oh, sure. Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask her permission for it, but I'm sure she would be cool about it. I can apologize. I can ask for forgiveness later. But no, I can show you guys if Lee doesn't show up. But it's cool. Yeah, and if you haven't seen her channel and don't know what her voice sounds like, it'll be very cool. All right. Oh. Well, it's related to. I remember I played you the I didn't play it, but put the link maybe last week. I put the link up for the stories that I had done using the AI voice. So that first story, so I had always, especially after hearing her voice on on Dolly's YouTube channel. Yeah, Dolly. Sorry, yeah, Dolly is back in the UK. After hearing her voice, how she recorded her voice on the YouTube channel, I was always thinking, oh, I should ask her to read this, one of these stories. I would really love to hear that. And I just didn't, because, she was working on her own channel and also had, working full time. So it wasn't, I didn't want to, it seemed like a lot of work. It seemed like I would be imposing, and I didn't have any, I couldn't pay her to do it. It would just be as a favor. So it seemed like a lot to ask because, kind of, recording and dramatic reading, I always think is a little bit high pressure. But so I was thinking about that, and it's not until Dolly left Japan that I got the courage to ask her to do it, which is ridiculous. But I guess now she's got a little bit more flexibility. She's not back yet, working full time, so she's got a little bit more of a chance. And so she did it, and it's amazing. It's amazing. So. Yeah, if she doesn't show up... Oh, there she is! Hey, speak of the Dolly, and she appears. That's so funny. It's so funny. Yes, but, so I was just, so I was just... so it's nothing to show, it's sound. Yeah, so I wanted to, with Dolly's permission, I wanted to to play that. I gotta figure out how to do that too. I'll have to open it in something. But yeah, so it's that first story that I sent the link to, but not performed by dead computer technology. Unhide all. No. So how do I get background? Let me see. So if I switch, okay, cool. Thank you, Dolly. If I can figure out a way to play this, and I might not be able to get a good level, I just need to do something where I get the desktop. Oh, and I just did a. I'm not sure if it's better, but I did. Yeah, I did a little bit higher. Bitrate version of it, and I'm not sure if it sounds better or not. I don't actually think it does sound any better. It just sounds different. But I re-edited it. Did it? Okay. Now wait a minute. I know you can play background sound. How do I get the background audio? Oh, nice. Hey, Sedona. All right. What can I do here? So I'm not seeing. Okay, so yeah, this is all. Okay, let me try this. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to get... There we go. Okay, so if I do this, then will OBS see my background noise? Sorry about this. This is ridiculously... No, it still doesn't. Yeah, because I can't get anything. I just need the... whatever that is, the... Okay, so wait, so sorry, maybe I have two audio inputs going on now, and I'm freaking everybody out with double volume. Yeah. I just need to play desktop audio. That's weird. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry about that. Oh, nice. Yeah, I just need desktop audio. Okay, let me switch over to something else here. How about the comments thing? See if that gives me anything else. As far as... Yeah, this is fun to do this while... Okay. Got that. Maybe if I'm playing something in the background here. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a way I can shoot. Huh. Okay, so I have no idea how to do this. Oh wait. No. What is that? Yeah, okay, sorry. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I should have a way to do that. I don't know. So is default... Yeah, so I can't get the... Yeah, I can't get the desktop audio to show up. Oh, hey, Robert. Hey, how's it going? Hey, sorry about that. Sorry about that, Rob. Oh, wait, let me get this out of here. Yeah, I'm trying to have a little technical difficulty. Shoot. Yeah, I think I have to have this set up before the stream, but I thought like desktop audio was always part of the deal. Hmm. With you could always bring that up with streaming, but I guess not. So there we go. Yeah, sorry. What's this fun? This is just fun to watch me screw around with settings and that have. Yeah, I'm not sure because it's running. I'm not sure if I can actually set anything differently. Well, I guess I just have to do a link. I'm sorry. Yeah, I probably just have to do a link because there's no way to play it live. Shoot. But it's beautiful. Yeah. So yeah, I'll try to keep all that off. So is things sound more normal now? Hopefully. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So I'll just have to put a link because I didn't plan ahead and have this set up to play. So here, let me just upload this so I can, yeah, give it to you some other way. That's, yeah, really disappointing. Yeah, I thought it would be easy. I thought I could just bring up the player and do desktop audio, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Oof, sorry. Yeah, I apologize if anyone's on headphones and I'm destroying their ears with this popping these sources on and off. Yeah, I'm just getting cameras and things. Okay, cool. So I'll leave that. I'll leave it as normal, and I will just have to upload and send a link. So this is the same story that that I sent the link to before that was just read by the AI voice. But this is a real version of it. This is a beautiful version of it. And you have to thank Dolly very much for doing that for me, because it was a... oh, was that? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, because it sounded great. It added so much more to the emotion, and the performance of her voice added a lot to it. So I'm curious if people will agree. Only been awake for 3 minutes. Yeah, that's right. It's early. It's 8 hours earlier where you are. But yeah, so yeah, so I'll just have to do a link. I apologize for not having this figured out ahead of time. But yeah, it's definitely worth a listen, and it sounds so much more alive. I really like that. It was, kind of what I imagined it sounding like, and it was really great. Like, just from reading the story, kind of Dolly got like what emotion and like how certain characters would sound at certain points in the story, and it blew me away. I was really amazed. Oh, hey. Oh, thank you, Joe. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate the donation. Yeah, excellent. Thank you, sir. Okay, so I'm sorry I'm doing this so poorly. Get this link. There we go. Okay, so I'll just put this in chat. Oh no. Sorry. Well, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming on stream, Dolly. Yes, Joe, you are excellent. You are a oh yeah. Thank you for your support. That helps a lot. Making all this possible. Okay, so this should be it. So this is just an MP3 with a really long name. But if you'd like to hear, so that should just pop up in a box.com window. So if you'd like to hear that, that is a mix down. So basically, the music and sound effects are the same as the AI version, but just a real voice reading the story. So if you are curious about what that sounds like, but yeah, I have to thank Dolly very much. Yes, I miss you too, Dolly. That was we. I guess we took that for granted how easily we could meet up for game nights and stuff, and now that that's not possible, yeah, very difficult. But yeah, so definitely check out Dolly's YouTube channel. So Dolly Mixtures on YouTube, and she live streams as well. So yeah, check that out. And it's definitely definitely a master at live streaming as opposed to what I'm doing. Her session before she left Japan was 9 hours. I'm still in awe. I I can't believe I can't believe that kind of time. But I'm getting there. One of these days I'll pull when I have a huge thing that is actually good to stream. Maybe that'll work out. Okay. So yeah. So apologies. I was hoping I could just bring that up live as audio. Although the quality over the stream might not be so good. So this should sound a little bit better on your player of choice. But yeah, that's what I hope. I hope we can do more of that, and yeah, make it sound that good, because I think that that's the difficult part. Is I had to use kind of music, kind of dramatic background music and things to do things that the AI voice couldn't do. Try to let you know what was going on emotionally, but with a talented voice, you hear all of that. And so yeah, it's nice. It's really nice. Yeah, that's the funny thing too, because they are written as stories. When I was using the artificial voices and breaking them up into characters, then you don't need the he said, she said, all those things to indicate who's talking, because you can just hear the change of character. But when it's read as a short story, I think that helps a lot more when it's not a dramatic reading. So that was a thing I wasn't sure how much I should leave. I deleted a lot of that with the AI version because it sounded a little redundant. But yeah, but I love the audiobook. I want to keep the story intact, basically, and I love an audiobook version because I think that's the easiest way for people to have access to something. Because even though there's so many platforms for ebooks and things, I think short fiction is not doesn't benefit from any of that, and you just have to give it away. It just has to be like a promotional tool for your novel or whatever, and I don't know if that's gonna ever happen. So I think short stories is where I kind of where I'm at. So yeah, that's it. This is a really nice step. Oh, sorry. No, I totally did. I'm so bad. Yeah, it comes up. I gotta change my settings. It came up really small. Da, da, da. Let me look it up. Sorry, Joe. I'm the worst with this. Yeah, when it comes up, I can't quite read because it says the name. It says the donation tag, and then there's a little bit underneath. Okay, how do I see this? There's a little bit underneath, and I can't. I need to switch maybe the how that's set. Come on, there we go. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm making Joe's ears bleed. Yeah, sorry about that. I apologize for switching the sound. Yes, I will use that donation to pay for an online course to teach me how to use OBS to switch sound sources. Yeah, sorry about that. Anybody listening on headphones, I hate that's the worst. So I think I was doubling the input of the audio when I was like switching sources. So I'm sorry about that. Oh well, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I wish I'll have to change that in the. I think I can do that in Streamlabs. Is change the font size and everything of the, because I always miss the message. The message is really tiny under the alert. So I'll change that size. Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, I'll go back and listen to that later about what I subjected everybody to. So my apologies for my non-technical prowess. Yeah, but I'll try to get that. And once I have the podcast thing set up, I'll send a link for that, so that'll be easier to just have everything up there. Yeah, I've got a little bit of a website built. I kind of wanted to make it like the website of that corporation, so it's going to be for the podcast, but the only kind of continuing character, or the only thing that's constant in any of the stories, is the technology company that's kind of ruining everyone's lives. So I wanted to make the website for the podcast that company's website. So we'll see how that works, and I hope that's not too confusing. If somebody actually just wants to listen to audiobook stories, short stories. But yeah, so I'll show that once that's more close to being finished. Yeah, I wonder, I guess I don't have, yeah, I need to have a source going through so that OBS knows that there's background. I'll set it up beforehand, but next time I'll try to set something up before. That's weird though, because I've done that multiple times for other streams. Like when I was doing the game streaming, I was also playing YouTube videos and things that had sound, and I don't know. Yeah, I won't torture you anymore with switching things while we're live. But maybe if I did a window capture, like I would actually get the audio from that window as well. So I could have just, yeah, done the player. Who knows? Yeah, I can't imagine the torture your ears must go through. Yeah, as a flight attendant, going up and down, having to adjust, so many times in shorter. I just can't imagine taking that many flights, basically. Oh, yeah, and that was really interesting, too, Dolly, when you were talking about... I have no idea what the cartoon is yet. I'm still scrambling around. But Dolly, when you're talking about the radiation exposure that flight attendants deal with, and how certain routes, you can't do certain routes, consecutively or whatever, because you're going so high, or you're exposed so much more to the to radiation that there's limitations. So that's crazy. I never thought about that. I mean, I thought about the physical, physically what you must have to go through with adjusting with the pressure all the time and breathing all that wonderful recycled air. But I didn't think about the radiation. And I'm sure for the longest time, neither did airlines. I'm sure like in the 60s, that wasn't even, they're like, it'll be fine, until they started having people developing tumors or whatever, whatever caused the airlines to start paying attention. Oh. Oh, wow. I can't imagine. Yeah, because I mean, because you have to work, and yeah, and scheduling and stuff like that has to be difficult, and you're sick. Oof. Yeah, I can't imagine having be totally congested and dealing with that pressure, and then having your eardrums. Ouch. That's crazy. Yeah, I guess they must have some disability exposure per year. Oh, interesting. Wow. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so actually the passengers don't get informed about any of that. But yeah, because I guess you're an employee, so they're liable for anything that you're exposed to. But and there must be some kind of a waiver. When you buy the ticket, you're basically agreeing to being exposed to whatever. Wow. Yeah, right. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah, because of course, like you're gonna want to take time off, but you're gonna want to work through as much of your pregnancy as possible, but it's not safe to do. Oh, yeah, I can't imagine the balance between yeah, I want to take time off. Yeah, of course, it's in the fine print. Of course, yeah, I can't even imagine. Yeah, and I'm sure there's things like if a terrorist attack takes the plane down, it's like, we'll give you like what, $10,000? How does that sound? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, you fly over the North Pole. Yeah, right. Wow. Right. Yeah. So if it means more money, if flying more often means more money, then of course you'll want to do that. That's so crazy, and that's something that you don't even. I didn't even think about. It wasn't until you said that I'm like, oh, of course you have to deal with that, and that's crazy. Mm. Nice. Yeah, I can't imagine. I can't imagine do they give you training for that? Do they say, okay, so if somebody has a box cutter to the pilot's throat, this is what you do? I guess there's, especially post 9/11, there must be security kind of protocol that may have changed. But yeah, you must have training involving all of that. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I can't even imagine just a little bit. Well, that flight that I would take between Los Angeles and Las Vegas, the like $38 flight, um, that had so many drunks on it. There was always some kind of something going on because you were just drinking the whole time you're in Las Vegas. Like you're drinking, you could start drinking at the airport in Los Angeles and then be drinking the whole time you're in Las Vegas, and then if you're coming back, you're a mess. So drunk passengers had to be. It's only an hour flight. It's a quick little hop. It's just like an Airbus or whatever little flight, but not even that. It's that tiny little, yeah, 2 rows of 2 seats, whatever size plane that is. But yeah, I remember a lot of a lot of drunken nonsense. Wow. Oh, jeez. Yeah, fake planes. I can imagine. Oh man. Yeah, it's like Navy SEALs. You gotta be Gotta have all your water experience down. Jeez. And then hope you never have to use it. That's the funny thing about like emergency training. It's like, I guess I need to know this, and I never want to have to do this. Wow. Go get some more. We need some beer. Get a shoot on and go fetch us some more beer. Yeah, that was a pretty crazy flight. I don't think it's like that anymore, because it used to be like an hourly flight, like a bus basically, like an hourly flight that left, I think it was Burbank Airport, and it was $38, and you could just catch it like a bus. It was like it left so frequently, and it was so cheap. You could just show up and get on it, and just, yeah. So if you wanted to go to Las Vegas for dinner, or just to get stupid at the casinos, you could do that really easily. But I don't think that's a thing anymore. That's one of those, yeah, old style. Hey, Joe. Joe had bloody ears and now vertigo. Yeah, did you put it in one ear and take it out the other when you were cleaning? That'll do it. uh oh, really? Wow. Yeah, interesting. So storms and things are keeping the airline industry is being destroyed by weather. So yeah, I guess it just makes it, well, domestic flights in the US are crazy, I think, during the, kind of storm seasons, like summer storm seasons and things, because you can't do any connecting flights or anything because everything gets canceled. Oh, sorry. The code word weather. Oh, okay. The code word bad weather. Yeah, yeah. I can imagine. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I already saw, though, that people are saying the flights are full again. But for a long time, yeah, there were like 5 people on a plane, like going from, New York to Detroit or New York to Chicago. There was like nobody on the plane. Yeah, yes, the pandemic weather. I'm getting brave and using the P word. Yeah. My Sharona, right. Yeah, I can't imagine. I'm sure they're trying to bail out airlines like they always do in the US. They're probably getting federal funding. Wow. When is this going to end? I mean, this is crazy. We can't stay away from other people forever. Yeah, it's really crazy. But yeah, conventions and, live events and, restaurants and everything. I mean, the liability, I guess, is just too much. If they can blame you for a cluster of infections of bad weather, then you're screwed. I mean, you must be like legally liable then for not, I don't know, not taking the correct precautions. So I think this is just going to be an endless thing. Yeah, yeah. That's right. Dolly is selling masks. Yes, hand sewn cloth masks if you're interested. So yeah, so what's your you still have your blue wrench, Dolly. Put up your Etsy link for your masks, because she's doing a nice thing where make one and give one, or if you buy one, Dolly will donate one to a frontline worker or somebody that will either can't afford or would need a mask. So yeah, but yeah, post your Etsy link, Dolly, so people can see that. Nice. Yeah, that's great. That's a really, really good thing. Yeah, K5. I think you're right. There's just too many people that are making it a civil liberties issue, and it's just crazy. I'm really surprised, and I guess just because I'm in a in a culture of total compliance, like 100% compliance. You tell people to do something, and pretty much everybody does it. So it's very interesting to see the rugged individualism of America, Americans causing the problems it is. But nice. There you go. You got the full protocol. I think both of those. Yeah, both of those links worked. The first one is hyperlinked too. Nice. Oh, cute store. Did you do the logo in Photoshop, Dolly, or did you paint your? Is it actually like painted Dolly mixtures, or did you uh, just do it in write that in Photoshop or design that in Photoshop? Oh wow, sweet. Nice. Oh cool. Ah, okay. Okay. Hmm. Cool. Yeah, it looks great. It looks very nice. All right. I don't know what I am doing. Hmm. Oh, show on the screen. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I just brought it up here. Wait. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I can switch over to my little screen thing here. If anybody's curious, where is it? This one. Boom. Oh, there. I'm in the. My giant head is in the way. Let me make myself not so bad. Yeah. So here's Dolly's Etsy shop, and here's the masks that I was talking about. So there you go. Click that link. Oh yeah, and Instagram as well. Look at this. I'm doing Dolly promotions. Oh, cool. Oh, is it okay to show Instagram because it has your mask. It has masks faces on it. Here, wait. There we go. Yeah. So if you want to follow, I guess you linked it, so I guess I can show it as well. And there's Instagram. Yes, of course. Oh, and somebody's blonde hair. Is that final version? Final lightness? Nice. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you said that's a kind of a reference to a British candy, right? I love the design though. I love the look of it. It's easy to remember too. Like, yeah, it's memorable. So you and your sister modeling masks. Wow, very cool. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea too. The charity aspect of it too is very clever. All right. All right, where am I here? What am I doing? There we go. Okay, now I'm all off center. Yeah, so take a look at those links. Yeah, very nice. Oh, oh yeah, and I still. That's right. When you were putting stickers on everything, I still have Dolly mixtures. Whoa, on my my eyeglass case. I remember one night after you printed your stickers, everybody got one, and I still have mine. All right. So I'm supposed to be drawing or something. Yes, your mind control has worked well. Your the hypnosis. You must have embedded subsonic track under the voice recordings you sent me. Oh, that's right, K5. Yeah, that's right. You told me. That's right. Only the phone. Ah, but oh wow. So most more silvery, so more like platinum blonde. That's amazing. Yeah, and I think that's a very good idea, Dolly, that you didn't do that in Japan because I have a feeling Japanese hair takes a lot more coercing to get it to change color. So the chemicals might be totally different from what your sister used. Mm. Yes, I'm under Dolly's control now. I knew it. I knew after editing that sound, I felt a little funny. I felt a little compelled to do her bidding, so I should have known. All right, what am I? Yeah, I don't have any. I guess hot weather is the only thing that's in my head. I think I've done enough melting popsicle jokes. Hmm. Yeah, right, right. Yeah, anybody that tries to yeah, do it themselves at home just has that weird, yeah, orange, bizarre look. Yeah, that yeah, what's the name for that? But that yeah, it's a really weird orangey blonde that everybody gets when they they bleach their hair in Japan. I mean, there's some nice, more natural looking. Although it's strange though, because depending on your skin tone, if you're Asian, if you have blonde hair, you end up looking really weirdly like monochromatic. It's weird. You have to have like the right color blonde because the wrong color blonde like blends too much with like Asian skin tones, so you look really strange. It's kind of like when if somebody very uh, pale, like with very light eyes and like no eyebrows or eyelashes, and has very light hair, they have that like monochrome thing. It kind of makes them look like I don't know, not albino, but that Asian-y look, Asian color everywhere look. I don't know. And it's funny too because that's the beauty standard is kind of the opposite, like black hair, light skin and black hair is, or maybe not Asian but Japanese beauty standards. So it's funny if you go blonde here, you're kind of going against that, and to do it in a weird off balance way. Yeah, but there is a lot of orange blonde, especially guys. I think guys just do that. Oh, oh, cool, cool. Uh, yeah, that's America. That's crazy. Yeah. Oh, the check, the actual like government check. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That actually came through. I was thinking test, uh, like yeah, bad weather test, the bad weather payment. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Mm. Yeah, yeah. That's uh, that's crazy. Well, I'm glad that came through though. I wonder how many, and we'll probably not get any real numbers, but I wonder how many people got screwed over by that. Uh, yeah, hopefully things get I don't know, at least yeah, more normalized so we can actually, yeah, predict plan for the future right now. I think that's the thing that feels weird is a lot of things were acting like everything's normal, but I think in the back of a lot of people's mind is just like there is no future. Like you aren't thinking about what's going to happen in a year or 2 years after this because they're just trying to figure out what's going on today. It feels very odd. I mean, screwed over. Yeah, like you're talking about with like not getting a check and not being able to even figure out why they didn't. Because I think a lot of people in weird situations, like between addresses, or if you have a temporary address or whatever. I mean, you're still a taxpayer and you still had a social security number and whatever, so you should have gotten a check. And I don't think the government's going to try very hard to figure out how to get you that check. So I think, yeah, people being screwed over by just not being enough in the system or being in a weird time in their life where they were, in some transition or something may have hurt them. I think the only people that benefited are the ones that have the direct deposit set up and are all set to go with their taxes, so it instantly just goes into your account. Yeah. I don't know. Mm-mm. Mm. Nice. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, because I don't have any firsthand experience. I wonder how unemployment is going because I just keep hearing news stories about there was a bonus to unemployment and then they cut it. Like there was extensions and then there was additional money per week or whatever, and then that was cut. And yeah, so I have no idea what's going on in the U.S. Yeah, because uh, my parents are both retired, and my younger brother is all working from home forever, I think now. But oh, that's a funny thing. I just thought about that though. Like all the tech workers, like all the technology company workers are working from home. Maybe unless they have to like you know man server rooms or whatever, but they are doing rolling blackouts. Because it's the summer and everyone's using the air conditioning, and so California just does rolling blackouts to to control the. Oh yeah, Joe. Yeah, Joe would know about that to control the uh, load on the power grids in different regions. So there are people trying to work from home, and then the electricity just goes out. So I don't know how productive, and I don't think. Hopefully, they're going to do it at times when people wouldn't be working. Like they probably need to do it when it's the peak heat and everyone's using the air conditioning, but that means that people aren't going to be able to work. It's crazy. Ah. Oh wow. Oh wow. Interesting. Wow, that's really cool. Yeah, the UK is supporting people so much through this. That's great. Oh yeah, Joe. Yeah, you had one. Yeah, I saw that, and I was just thinking, of my brother trying to work from home during rolling blackouts. That's got to be really annoying, especially if they're because I think they do a lot of Zoom meetings and stuff. And just have some because I mean, just people are just going to be randomly disconnecting, and yeah, that's really frustrating. Because it's not like you're not paying for your power. It's not, you're paying the utility company to just like randomly turn it off. Jeez. I mean, I get you tolerate that when it happens because of forces of nature, natural events or whatever. But when they have a system that can't serve all of their customers and they're doing things like that too. make it work. That's really frustrating. But it's like there's so much stuff is like that, especially in Southern California, water and electricity and everything. Yeah, that's crazy. Uh, hmm. uh, wow. Yeah, I don't know. And yeah, how long can we? It's just very strange. I can't even think of like every country in the world, every government of every country in the world is trying to deal with this. I can't even imagine what that's been like for some some local economies and some smaller countries, because they're not. I mean, they're barely benefiting and probably mostly being hurt by this global economy. And a pillow and a candle, and so yeah, this is just like insult to injury to whichever way that goes. Got my sayings all memorized. Adding insult to injury, I think. I guess it's worse than that. It's adding adding plague to economic exploitation. Okay. Yeah, something like this. What else is happening? Okay. I think I like this. It's simple and yeah. Whoops. So where's the candle? Here? Yeah, there it is. I think I'm liking this. It just looks weird and dangerous. All right. So an attempt at a oh wait, there we go. Romantic evening. Yeah, maybe just separate them. I think overlapping is a little weird. Okay, let me fix this a little bit. All right. Hey, Yum Num. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, finally I came up with something that, yeah, made sense together. Yeah, good to see you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's crazy. Yeah, everyone's gonna be running air conditioning. Yeah, I still can't believe that. I need to convert that. I don't have it quite in my head. I need to convert that temperature. But if we're talking about like over 40, we'll just say 42. Oh, and I'm doing this in Japanese. This damn keyboard. All right. Okay, there we go. Oh, a nice little quick conversion. Jesus. Okay, sorry. So I'm just doing some quick math here. The little conversion. Wow. Yeah, so um, basically when they say it's hot in Japanese summer, oops, that means I can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, that means it's gone in like just a generation. It's gone from the early 90s, like 92, 93 degrees Fahrenheit. Like 34 was like that's a hot summer day, and now we're getting 107 degrees Fahrenheit. Jeez, yeah, I still don't have Celsius like in my head about how hot stuff is, but 107 degrees plus humidity is insane. I mean, if that was, desert weather, it would be, kind of Palm Springs survivable. But that's insane. Yeah, so if that is actually true, that things have gone up, almost 20 degrees, Jesus, that's insane. Oh, okay, 5. Hey, take it easy. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Sorry you're still on your phone, and hopefully, yeah, you get that check going, and hope everything gets back to normal. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Take care, K5. I hope, yeah, hope things go okay. That's frustrating. The ID stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It does. Oof, that's really crazy. Yeah, because I know that the difference between Fahrenheit and Celsius is huge. Just a few degrees is a lot more difference, and that's just insane, though. That makes it very unbearable. But I guess Southeast Asia has always had that kind of miserable summer, and now it's just more of a Japanese thing. But it's got to be so hard for so many old people here, and you see them just walking like they're being traumatized by the sun, because that's a huge difference between America and Japanese elderly. Is they're much more mobile. There's much fewer people in wheelchairs and things. They stay active and mobile a lot longer because they're not huge rotund people with diabetes. Ugh. But but you can see they're suffering, definitely. I don't know what to do with any of this. Yeah, suffering in the heat. Mm. Yeah, that's right. I saw that. Yeah, it was like it was like 50 something Celsius, 130 in Death Valley. Well, soon you can just cook. You should be able to cook things on the ground. You won't even have to spend any gas or electricity to cook. You just throw things on the on the ground and heat them up. Mm. Mm. That sucks. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's crazy. Skinny with scurvy. Uh, yeah, that is really crazy. And that's the one thing when they were talking about the global warming and the heating of the planet. The first thing that nobody's really thinking about, but are the what they call them, the climate refugees, like people that are just going to have to flee certain parts of the world because they're because of temperature becoming uninhabitable. We'll all move to Antarctica. But that sounds, that's just insane. I don't know what I'm doing with any of this stuff. Uh, oh, and I'm like totally slinking off the edge here. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to the camera. Oh, let me get my monitor out of the way. Oh, I love the I glanced at it, but it didn't sink in. I love the name of your Instagram account, Dolly, the Apocalypse Florals. That's that's perfect. Oh my god. Yeah, that's excellent. Oh. Yeah, right. They can just have rooftop kitchens. Ugh, crazy. Mm. Yeah, it's a funny thing about the apocalypse is like, all of our movies and uh, books and things have said it's going to be just this thing that happens just suddenly the world will change, but I think it's just we're going to have this like slow slide into apocalypse where we didn't even feel it. It's like the slowly heating up the water and the frog sits in it and gets cooked before he realizes he should get out. We're just going to slowly enter the apocalypse. Be like, I think things used to be a lot different than they are now. When did we start doing this? When did we always have to wear masks? When were face shields like standard school uniform wear? It'll just be a slow slide into apocalypse. I guess I'll keep doing something here. Mm-mm. Nice. Yeah, it's very odd. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it must have felt like this at other times, and I just kind of missed them because I was too young to really feel what was going on. And so hopefully that, like, yeah, I'm hoping like my daughter doesn't quite get the whole isn't feeling quite the whole impact of how strange things are, because things have always been a little strange for her. So it's not such a big deal, but yeah, it's very odd. Yes, exactly. Good point, Num. Yes, we will all be dressing extremely steampunk because we'll need all kinds of medical, apparatus to assist us. We just built it into all of our fashion. Yeah, I already seen. I saw there's a funny kind of work jacket that you see some Japanese construction workers with, where they have these these like fan vented. It's like a air cooled jacket. It has like a little battery pack or something, and it's actually running cooling, so you can wear a jacket in the hot weather, but your body's constantly like I don't know, kicking out the hot air, or maybe it's bringing in air. But yeah, I've seen little jackets with fans built into them now that construction workers have been wearing. So we'll all get there sometime. We'll just be wearing these portable deep sea diving suits, full of all kind of. Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's kind of inflated. Yeah, so it must be putting the air in because it looks like it looks a little puffy. So they're keeping cooled, and now and all the so many fans now too. There's a thing. I'm not sure if that's in the U.S. yet, but there's I think it just looks like weird wireless, like giant wireless headphones. But you just put it around your neck, and there's two little fans that like sit and blow and lay on your shoulders and like blow in your face. But I guess because people were doing the fan kind of on a stick thing, a lot of Korean tourists had this little battery operated electric fan they just hold in their face, and now there's this weird thing that just sits on your shoulders to assist you in the heat. So pretty soon that's just going to be built into to fashion. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. Oh, cereal. That's right. Cereal in the box. Yeah, I can't remember if I've done that before. I don't even know if that's a thing anymore. Box versus a bowl. Maybe not. Maybe. Let's see. Oh, I can find my spoon again. I think I just need another spoon. Yeah, the thing that always... When I was a kid visiting grandparents, they would always have those little single-serving cereal boxes. And so you'd have like the multi-pack, many different kinds of cereal in one package because each one of them was a small box of single serving. And the thing that always freaked me out when I was a kid, and I guess it's kind of a camping thing or whatever, maybe summer camps, and for camping it's very useful because it's in a, probably used to be wax paper, but then became a plastic bag. So there were perforations on the box to cut it, like do an eye incision, a kind of a eye-shaped incision on the cereal box, open the flaps up, and then maybe you're kind of doing the same to the bag or tear into the bag and then pour milk directly into the cereal box, and the bag that's lining the box will hopefully make it liquid proof, and then you eat cereal out of the box. And I don't think I ever did that as a kid, but I was always reading, like looking at the instructions on that little box and thinking how odd that is, and like what would be the situation other than camping or homelessness or whatever that would make you do that. Yeah, I don't know, that was always a mysterious thing. So that's what this may be about, a box of cereal. Let's see. So it doesn't need to be so deep, but what's going on here? There we go. A little bit longer. Yeah. That's true. No dishes. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I think they always kind of figure out good solutions for things. In Japan, yeah, I'm always surprised there. Problem solving with technology is pretty amazing. Okay, this can be the spoon. All right. This is a weird little spoon. Okay, well, we'll try to... Sorry. Cough and laugh at the same time. A weird little spoon. Yeah, maybe more like a kid's spoon. Something like that. Okay. All right, so some kind of improvisational breakfast. So maybe I need to put some flaps on the cereal box to make this make sense. And then also this sort of thing. Let's see. Something like this. I guess I should size this appropriate. Well, I guess I keep the line. Keep the lines the same. So improvisational breakfast. Let's see, maybe there should be something that showed how it got opened. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a box cutter. I don't know if this makes any sense. Okay, I'm all hunched over drawing this. Something sinister looking like this. Okay, let's see if I can compose this more full size. Oh boy. Oops, one more. All right, where's the bowl? Oh, there it is. There we go. Yeah, maybe the bowl doesn't need to be there. It's just freaked out by the whole thing. So improvisational breakfast. Yes, still drawing. Yeah, still doing things from home. Yeah, because going into the office is just hot and expensive to cool down right now. The kitty my wife rescued is doing really well. Yeah, he's over in like the little extra room we have, and yeah, totally healed up. He was pretty young too. He was so healthy, able to recover pretty quickly. But yeah, what was it? It was his like front paw. He had gotten attacked and was pretty badly damaged in his leg, and it was pretty bad. It was infected pretty badly, but the vet helped out, and yeah, so my wife was able to nurse him back. So his it's very cute because there's a little window that he sits in, and his mother and brother are still kind of in the neighborhood. They all grew up together and kind of stayed in the neighborhood, so they're just like looking at him through the window, wondering why he's getting all this special treatment. But yeah, so she did a nice job of nursing him back to health. I think she's working on it. Yeah, the cat we have now, we have an older black cat, female black cat inside, and she doesn't get along with others. But yeah, my wife's gonna try to, because she was originally she was kind of the same situation. We rescued her. She had a really bad head injury from some sort of attack, and so we brought her inside and nursed her back. And she was actually, I think she was an abandoned out indoor cat originally that was just abandoned because she took to being inside very easily, and was very didn't need any training or anything, like didn't need to figure anything out. She like totally got the whole vibe of being an indoor cat, and was very relaxed right away and everything. So we think she was just somebody passed away, or somebody couldn't have pets anymore, so they just like stuck her outside. So yeah, she's been our indoor cat for many years now, and but she's older and she's not very social, but that's my wife's project, I think, for the summer, is to see if they'll get along together. Sorry about that. So we'll see how it goes. Yes, we have a our main pet is a black cat, another rescue. Basically, I think all the cats we've had since we've lived here have all been rescued from various situations locally, because there's a lot of stray cats in the neighborhood, and there's also but there's a nice project where they're fixing them, so there's not just like crazy batches of kittens and a bunch of sick injured cats all around. There's a kind of controlled group of stray cats that the neighborhood takes care of, and but there are also like tanuki and some other I forget, some kind of fruit lemur or something, some kind of other Asian thing that I think fights with the cats. And so if they have a fight with a wild animal, sometimes they'll get injured, and the infection is pretty bad because the saliva or whatever of wild animals is much more infectious, and I think it does kidney damage. If you get the first thing that happens is the kidneys get impacted by having that kind of like blood infection or whatever happens from fighting wild animals. Yeah, but there's because it's on the mountainside, so there's some strange random animals that will fight with cats, and I'm sure the cats are fighting each other, but some of the injuries look pretty crazy. It doesn't look like something a cat could do. But and I we've had her for quite a while, so she's probably like 15 now, we estimated, our black cat indoors. But so she's has to be convinced to share her world with a young boy. We'll have to see how that goes. But I think that's my wife's project for this summer. But they can kind of, there's enough space that they can kind of exist separately, but we'll see. It's not that easy because, it's just twice as much everything when they're not together. Yes, yeah. Yeah, she was, ever since the black cat was around the neighborhood ever since we moved here. And, and then she got her injured, and so she took care of her. Oh, good. Oh, yeah, space, yeah, that would make a big difference too. That's good. Wow. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, for a while before, and I'm not sure if it was a new program that the area started, but for a while there was just, litters of kittens every springtime, just like you would hear tiny little kittens, calling for parents or doing the little mewing, and it just kept going on and on and on. And I'm not sure if it was a new program or somebody just became more conscious of it and started to get things under control. But they talked to the city, and the city reimburses. They don't pay for it, but they do reimburse you. So they'll catch the cats, and if you take responsibility for them and have the surgery done, then they'll reimburse you to keep the kind of population under control. Because for a while it was pretty crazy. There were so many kittens, and the kittens were, of course, easy to get adopted. There was a lot of people who'd be interested in the kittens, and I don't think it's not the case in this area, but I've heard that Japan is not great as far as like kill shelters and things. I think they have that, like that's a thing, which is odd because I don't know why. That's a very odd relationship with animals and dolphins and whales and things that Japan has. Yeah, they're very tolerant of some animals, and others they just have weird opinions. Okay, so I think this works. So some kind of weird improvisational breakfast and some romantic bedtime something. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a good idea because you just can't trust what they're gonna do with cats in certain certain cities and certain areas have much worse treatment, much kill shelters I think are more common, and that's not good for adult cats because they don't have so much hope of getting adopted. Yeah, that's brutal. Yeah, but this area is pretty good. That's kind of supporting the kind of little stray cats in the area, and they're also healthy. That's nice. So that's I hate to see that when you go to some places. There's like little groups of stray cats, and like they're missing eyes, and they're all kind of mangy and obviously sickly and infested and everything. But the cats here are pretty healthy. There's a lot of places for them to sleep, and a lot of places for them to stay warm too. I'm surprised. There's a lot of little like dryer vents and things that I see them. Uh, yeah, sleeping next to in the winter. It's funny. Jeez, 2 days. Oh my god. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I've heard weird things about like when they had that raccoon problem when there was like some movie, raccoon anime movie, and a bunch of people like they imported baby raccoons as pets, and then they grew up and they're just terrifying monsters, and everyone was just getting rid of them. So they had raccoon infestations, and when they would get into things like Buddhist temples, and maybe because it is the temple, it's not the city, it's the temple, but they just tolerated like raccoons living in temples here. And but then you hear other situations, or like the Cove, like the movie, was it the Cove, where they just the mass slaughter of whales, as they do in Japan. But the treatment of stray animals is that's crazy. It's very odd. It's a very kind of two minds. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, that's right. They don't ship pets here. Yeah, I haven't heard anything. About that being available. Yeah, my wife hasn't even brought that up, but that was a thing in the U.S. But not here. Yeah, that's crazy. All right. So a pillow and a weird breakfast. I guess it's gonna be what happens this week. All right. Well, let's take a second to what should we do here? Oh, I guess comments. We can look at what happened. What happened to last week's cartoons? All right. Let me see. Can I do this bigger? No, that's not bigger. Yeah, there we go. Maybe a little more readable with the text there. Yeah, I should. I have a weird snack. I have a really weird snack this time. But let's do the comments first. Oh yeah, so here's the Bluetooth cartoon from last week. Oh, I've got that weird. Got that weird shadow. Yeah, the green screen is not working out. Yeah, weird. Yeah, I've got a strange wrinkle. So sorry about the cruddy green screen. So together they found a deeper connection than Bluetooth. So all the little Bluetooth speakers and devices. All right. So yeah, 2 comments. Let's see. I never met any of them, so I won't comment except for this comment. Okay. And they were sick of Mr. Bluetooth, the control freak. Yeah, I never met any of them, so I won't comment except for this comment. All right. It's a very confusing comment. All right, let's go back here. One more day. So yeah, 11th was they seem to be expecting Diet Cola. That's another. I'm doing breakfast again. Oh well, too bad. And the comment is enough sugar for a whole week right there. That is true. Very sweet breakfast. All right. Let's try a couple of random. 2010. Wow, 10 years ago. This is crazy. She had only loved him for his distinctive butter cookies. Oh, that's right, the distinctive butter cookie tin. Yeah, I could have done a little bit more detail so you knew what that was, but yeah, that's like the the butter cookie gift tin. I can't believe it's not really butter cookies. Nice. Oh, 5 comments? Wait a minute. I have 5 comments on this stupid butter cookie cartoon. They look really despondent. Cannot you please find another name for this strip? Oh, finally. Finally. Nice. All right. Tim Turtle says, cannot you please find another name for this strip? Yeah, I think that's a real common opinion. Oh, and I forget, yeah, Runar was a very frequent commenter back in the 10 years ago day. When you're in this comic, you know you've hit rock bottom. My wife loves me for my distinctive butter cookies. If that were the only thing I would try to cope. Nice. Okay, you not. Please, let's see, Tim Turtle. What does Tim Turtle read? Oh, okay, Tim Turtle. You read Andy Cap. Get out of here. Sorry, I'm just looking at people's Broomhilda. Of course, Calvin and Hobbes. Everybody has to read Calvin and Hobbes. Garfield. Oh, come on. All right. Well, that's funny. Yeah, finally I got one of those mean comments that I've, those critical comments I've been waiting for. Please change the name of this cartoon to another 2010. She hoped her footwear appreciated the several months she carried them. Shoebox jokes. 2005. Oh, there's a coffee filter. His ground's now cool and drying. The used coffee filter faced his own mortality. Nothing. 2006. Look at how wonky these drawings are getting. Everything, even the butter's heart, began to soften. Nothing. It took a while to catch on. Slicing dried meats left him with unanswered questions and smelling a little odd. Polony has a first name. Like, what was his first name? There we go. It's a sausage. All right. Or like more a salami. Mean. Well, yeah, there have been some, and I think a lot of those early ones got flagged, but really mean comments about grammar and this, you need an adjective, or this isn't a sentence. Like a lot of comments would be weird grammar Nazi mean comments in the but maybe Go Comics started to moderate a little bit more because those are just weird and annoying. But yeah, in the early days, I would have really strange, like if they didn't get like the pop culture reference or whatever that I was trying to do, people would be very weird and critical. Oh, 2019. Oh, it's birthday cake. This is either the best or the worst birthday ever. It was a piece of cake. Food fight. It's raining birthday cake. Well, it was a happy day for many people. It was the end day for diabetics. It was the end day for diabetics. Nice. Yeah, I like the things in mid-air cartoons a lot. The flaming candles work too. All right. Well, that's enough comments. Wow, yeah, you can really see the once it moved to digital, the style is the style worked out. All right. Okay, let's do some coloring, and then we will eat some weird chocolate. Some weird collaboration chocolate. There's too many weird collaborations in Japan. All right. So color-wise, what are we doing? Let's do like a weird wine color. For either the candle or the pillow. Let's see. Yeah, maybe the candle. Yeah, that works. That weird 70s color. So what are we doing for the yeah, maybe blue. Let's see how these look together. Yeah, not bad. I don't know. Wait a minute. Do I like the pillow better like this? And then do a green candle. Maybe that's better. I'm trying to think of a weird 70s palette. Yeah, from my childhood, always the strange color, strange colored candles and strange. Yeah, maybe a little bit. No, I don't want to go too dark though, because then you can't see a bit weirdly dark. Yeah, that's too dark for the eyes, I think. That's a weirder 70s look. Oh, that was Cat on the keyboard. Nice. I was wondering what formula you were working on there. Nice. All right. And maybe that's right. The whole thing is this. Maybe put some like light stripes or something on. Come on. Yeah, something like this. Just for some. There's only two things. A little more visual interest. There we go. All right. This works. I don't know. Maybe the candle should be a warm color. I don't know. I don't have any strong feelings. Just going for that weird, ugly. Yeah, this looks more like a. I guess that works. When I put highlights on it too, it'll be more, even more. Yeah, like what I was thinking. Yeah, that should work. The exciting coloring segment. Yeah, there we go. All right, and I think some smoke, like it burnt out or something went out. Oh. That works. Maybe a little more blurred. Oh, that works. Oh, I'm still on the. There we go. and maybe a recently lit candle. So let's do that little orangey ember. Whoa. Oh yeah, I gotta switch back to the pencil. There we go. That might not even read in, I have to make it a little bigger. Might not even read when I shrink this down to the web comic size. All right, something like that. I don't know about the color. I mean, like an orangey candle and a blue. Yeah, that's, it's okay. Yeah, sometimes I'm really happy with it when I get some kind of retro-y looking palette, and sometimes it just doesn't read well. So this is failed something. It has something about his staying lit. I don't know. He was expecting to stay lit the whole night. Something like that. Right. There we are. Oh, that's just like the most nostalgia-y. When I think like a lot of the kitchen utensils and stuff, like those bowls with the white inside, like the colored outside and the white inside, that's all like stuck in my head as kind of nostalgia stuff. So a lot of the color stuff that I think of is stuck in that era. And weird candles, like I imagine remember so many weird green candles, and maybe the wine colored pillowcase is more an 80s thing. But yeah, just trying to come up with some colors that had some interest together. And I'm not always doing the same. I'm always doing like red and blue or something. All right. Oh, and this super complicated. So you were dead then. Oh my god, I'm glad you're with us now that you came back. Yeah, it was funny because that's a weird time to have nostalgia for, because it was like, oops, a very politically and difficult time. A very political and difficult time in the U.S., but that's when I have most of my very early weird memories, like carefree memories, are from a very weird time. All right, maybe this. No, it's almost nothing. All right, and cereal box. I'll do something kind of bright. Yes, yeah. So that's mostly 70s childhood stuff. So my a lot of the kind of household stuff was had that vibe. And it was my parents were just basically students when I was growing up, so everything was extra like just kind of student-y and bizarre spider plants and macrame everything, and a lot of that great 70s stuff. I think there was even some velvet paintings around. I remember my dad had he hung it over the sofa a few times in like a few apartments that we had, but it never stayed there long. But the King Crimson album cover, if you've ever seen that, it's like a fold. I think if it's not a double album, it's at least a fold out. And so it's a big face, like with wide eyes and a open mouth and like big ears, and it's mostly red, like kind of red and blue. So the face of the face on it is it looks like it doesn't have any skin on it, or it's like an internal organ or whatever. And then the sides of the face kind of like it looks like the inside of a throat, but there's a face in there. And he had a velvet painting of that album cover. Oh, wait a minute, I'm not, I won't even try to explain this. I will just grab it into Photoshop. So this was one of the weirdest parts of. Oh, it's like it's originally it looks like a. That's funny. So this is a very nostalgic image. Oh man, my poor childhood. What's going on here? Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot. Pretty high resolution here. So this, there's a lot more to this image, but this picture, a velvet painting version of this picture, was a fixture above the sofa when I was a little kid, and of course my mother always pitched it into the garage every time. But it was one of those kids. Oh, there we go. This is the whole deal here. So yeah, it was like I don't know if it was a double album or at least a gatefold album. So it looked like this. So this was the velvet painting that I grew up with. I don't know where, and I don't know where that. So it was his ear, right? I thought I remembered the didn't remember the ear, but I remember the weird little ridges. Yeah. So that so a velvet painting version of this. This looks like a watercolor, the original album art. But a velvet painting is like stuff you buy at like a flea markets and like cheap outdoor festivals and stuff. So it's black velvet is the base, is the canvas, and so it's very easy to build up bright colors, but everything looks kind of really overdone, and a lot of times they'll use very day glow bright colors. I think you're just using acrylic paint. I think it's just acrylic paint on black velvet. So wait a minute, I bet I could find the exact thing. Yeah, so there's a lot of you could find portraits of Elvis in black velvet. No, not an actual black velvet painting, just people doing paintings of it. But yeah, there's very cheap, kind of trashy art that you could buy. Yeah, black velvet paintings. I would love to try. Oh, no wonder I'm not finding anything. I'm spelling velvet wrong. Yeah, so the most traditional style. God. Let's see what a good example is. The most traditional style of black velvet. So using a lot of the black as the tone of the painting. So maybe if you went to Tijuana, a lot of the border towns and tourist traps in Mexico sold a lot of black velvet paintings, but they're really cheesy, kind of dramatic. I can't find any real ones. That's a lot of fake stuff. Just doing a Google search. But this kind of weird style. So imagine this, but with mostly black. I mean, probably the blue was a black background and just red. This face, but coming out of a black painting. Black background painting. So that was. That's one of the images of my childhood. Yikes, but a good album. That King Crimson album is actually really good. But so if you had any questions about what's wrong with me, I would start there. But yeah, just this funny thing. So a lot of that stuff ends up in this cartoon. A lot of the funny little memories of those kind of odd little artifacts, and all that stuff is just it's just gone. It's funny. It's weird because all we have is this weird digital record of a lot of that stuff. And pretty soon no one alive will remember black velvet paintings. All right, did I? Yeah, I already did the. So maybe red. Yeah, it's very funny. But yeah, I always liked that kind of. Oh, maybe not blue, maybe light green. Yeah, but I like that kind of stuff. That was the amazing thing. That probably that was a big, even though I didn't quite realize it at the time. That was probably a pretty big artistic inspiration. Is album cover art, because my dad had a huge collection of LPs, and so the art, on the album cover was so important, especially like 70s. It started to just become weird photographs and things by the 80s, but there's a lot of painted art on album covers. And I would just go through, just looking at the art, not even listening to the music when I was a little kid, just flip through all of the albums and look at all of the insane art that was there. And yeah, definitely like that King Crimson album cover, or a lot of the like Doobie Brothers, and a lot of Moody Blues. Maybe not Doobie Brothers. Moody Blues, I remember, had painted. And then, of course, by the 80s, you had some of the fantasy artists were doing album covers. Like the Meatloaf Bat Out of Hell was that was, shoot, I'm totally blanking, the heavy metal artist. The artist that did stuff in heavy metal. I'm totally blanking on the names as usual, but yeah, then you got some. Yeah, if you listen to more metal, maybe heavy metal, I would have had even more artistic inspiration. But yeah, that was a huge thing, because I remember spending so much time looking at album cover art. I think I'm okay. I think I processed it pretty well. Thank you for the offer, Dolly. That's very sweet. uh, yeah, that's funny. All right, I think I've got all of this. Yeah, that used to be so much a thing. And I even remember, yeah, even like into the 90s, there was still a lot of like, famous comic book artists and illustrators and things doing album covers, and still a lot of indie. They do CD covers now, but a lot of underground illustrators and people are still, that's some of their first work, is doing posters and CD covers for bands. It's still kind of a thing, although there can't be any money in it anymore. It's just the first way to get your stuff out there is posters and flyers and posters and CD covers. That's too bad. That's sad that that's all kind of over. Because now digitally, I guess, though, you would think that digital, because there is album art, or there is, art for digital files for MP3s and things when they're offered for sale, but you think that'd be even bigger exposure, but I think it's even more ignored than ever. And it's a lot of like real simple digital stuff. Yeah, I've seen a lot of very unimpressive graphics and things for covers now. I wonder if it's the same thing with book covers, like artists that used to. Well, there's still a lot, though. I guess there's still, because ebooks have covers and everything. There must still be some work. It's just not, doesn't, for some reason, it just doesn't seem as prominent, or I don't think about that as much. Because there's so many other ways, I guess, to get work out there, and that's not a main way that you're seeing, you know, graphic art and illustration is connected to music. Oh no, feels weird. Oh, I should do some highlight on that as well. Velvet paintings, yeah. Yeah, I wonder why that was a thing. Maybe because it was easy, you know, quick and easy to do. You could get results pretty easily. And because you're painting on like synthetic, or like, you know, whatever that is, polyester or nylon or whatever that velvet was made out of, you could, it's pretty durable. As opposed to canvas. Oh, yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, that would be really fun. Yeah, I should do that. I wonder, it can't be that hard, because I can, you know, I can get, art supply stores have canvases, or, you know, stretchers for canvas, so the frame wouldn't be hard to get, and I just need to find the material. I'm sure there's material. That would be really fun. I got to think of a really good subject matter, though. Or just do, because I did big panels. They were gessoed wooden panels of these cartoons. So at the gallery I was selling these giant, like A0 or whatever. So like 3 feet by almost 4 foot wooden panels of these cartoons when I first opened the gallery in Kyobashi. But yeah, that would be really fun. And especially fun on Livestream. All right. So our weird breakfast, experimental breakfast, improvisational breakfast. All right. Maybe this. Yeah, this is going to be tiny. Okay, maybe there. All right. All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Oh, yes. That would be fun. Yes, a Dali portrait. Oh, that would be excellent. Yeah, because portraits work really well, because you know the idea is like do really extreme lighting, like really harsh, like one-sided lighting, because you got the black as a base, so you just, you know, edge highlights look the best on black velvet. Yeah, that would be really fun. All right, so there we go. We've got a couple of crazy cartoons. So let's eat something. And what do we have to eat? Okay, I need to apologize in advance for this, I think. Okay, wait, let's see. I'll do a better background here. Ooh, there are people selling pre-stretched canvases. My goodness. Okay, we'll make this my food background. Yeah, this guy's selling this painting pre-stretched. All right, we'll make that a background. There we are. Look at that beautiful velvet painting, that tropical scene. Wonderful. All right. So today, I'll have to stick this in the camera. I think I warned in the the notification for this. A collaboration between a candy company and some farm in Hokkaido. So Hokkaido is like the northernmost island. Yeah, it is the most. No, I don't. There might be some smaller ones, but a major island up north is Hokkaido, and it's more has the temperature more of like the Midwest. Like it has harsher winters, deeper snow, and then warm summers, and it's not so mountainous. A little flatter, so a little more farmland. So in Hokkaido, they grow potatoes and they raise cows, and so they have a lot of dairy, cheese, and then a lot of crops. And one of the things I think we talked about before is corn. Oh, good, it doesn't key out. Just Hokkaido. So that's what Hokkaido is shaped like. It's like the Alaska of Japan, not really, but kind of. So corn chocolate. Corn chocolate. So Japan tried a few different times, but I think both from the Portuguese and then of course from the Americas, try to import corn and try to get people to eat it. And they didn't quite figure it out until they started doing the sweet corn. So Hokkaido has a lot of sweet corn. And so it's pretty decent. And there's corn on everything, like pizzas and salads and everything. There's a sprinkle corn, like boiled, cold kernels of corn, like individual kernels of corn, on top of things. So salads and pizza and things in Japan have corn all over them. And I think because they were just so desperate to try to figure out how to incorporate corn into Japan. I hope these are individually wrapped. So we have a collaboration between Hori, which is this company here. So Hori and the Dokubi Choco. Dokibi Choco is cooperating. I don't see their logo anywhere. Making a corn chocolate. So let's see what corn chocolate could possibly taste like. All right. Oh, good. They're individually wrapped. So I can send one of these to K5 with his murder hornet if he wants to try corn chocolate. So it looks. Oh, it's very yellow, and it looks like it's just a coating on some kind of like Rice Krispie. So that's keying out a little bit, the yellow. But it just looks like a Rice Krispie treat covered with yellow chocolate. So let's see what corn chocolate, or maybe this is corn. Maybe it's corn puff. Oh, it's really corny. Yeah, it's almost like oh yuck. If you take that initial oh god, take that initial sweetness of white chocolate and just replace it with corn flavor. It's sweet. Oh yeah, it's not good. It's really bad. Yeah, this is one of those, why is this a thing? That's so strange. That those two flavors don't have anything to do with each other. I just can't even get it in my mouth. My body is rejecting it. Yeah. Oh, it's so strange. Because there's a lot of corn snacks and they're mostly salty. I don't see much like combined. And there's like Korea makes some corn tea, which is pretty decent. It's not too strange. It's a nice, kind of mild flavor with a little bit of natural sweetness. And they also do I think I ate the big corn before, the puffed giant kernels of corn that are salty. But yeah, this is like white chocolate. White chocolate with corn flavoring. It's really bad. It's just like not what you'd expect. But there's supposedly almonds in this. Yeah, so maybe in the coated part. Yeah, it's like a puffed rice. And nothing. Yeah, there's nuts and puffed rice covered with this chocolate and corn. Wow. That's a really unpleasant taste. It's just not what you expect or not what you want at all at the dessert. I don't think there's a lot of corn desserts. There's corn soup. Also is very popular in Japan. So like a cream corn soup, and that's pretty sweet. I don't like the weird kind of sickening sweetness of it. So maybe it's the sweetness of corn plus maybe something else. They do a little bit more to it because it's pretty sweet. But yeah, okay, I cannot I cannot recommend corn chocolate for anyone. It's a horrible collaboration that should never have existed. Wow. Yeah, that's really bizarre. Yeah, so maybe K5 will get one of those to to try. Yikes. Yeah, so I found a few other things that might be fun for the coming coming weeks, but I thought corn chocolate would be the fun thing to try, and it was not. It was, yeah. If they did something to it, I could see how that might work, but it's chocolate. It's white chocolate and corn together. Mm. Wow, that's weird. I'm already not a big like corn soup fan, or the way that they have corn here. I love, just sweet corn, just steamed sweet corn with butter and salt. I think salt is a much better flavor enhancer to corn than than the yeah, whatever that sweetness of chocolate is. Ugh. So anyhow, that was a mistake. Let's put that behind us and write some cartoons. Woof. Corn chocolate. Yeah. No, it's not a chip. It's just it's like a bar. It's like a crispy. You can see it on the cover. It's a oh, it's still here. See, it's like a little like puffed rice crispy. I was worried that was going to be puffed corn, but it's actually rice. So there's not so much flavor in what it's coating. So it's a corn chocolate coating a puffed rice kind of thing. So like a Rice Krispie treat that's held together by corn flavored chocolate. Blah. Yeah, so it's supposed to be a dessert because it's incredibly sweet. If it wasn't so sweet, I think it would be a little more tolerable. But yeah, corn soup. My daughter loves corn soup. I think it's kind of like if you grew up with it, maybe it's kind of a comfort food. It can kind of work as a comfort food because it's warm and creamy and sweet. And if it's a childhood flavor, maybe it works. But I never liked cream soup as a kid, so it never became a comforting thing. So like cream spinach and cream. What else? Yeah, there's some creamy soups that never worked well when I was a kid. So that's part of the problem. But like split pea soup and stuff is great. That's a little creamy. Yeah, I don't know. Wow. Yeah, corn and chocolate are never meant to be together. That was really sad. All right. So I'm thinking this is a bed, and I'm thinking there's a candle on a bed. So he was he was disappointing the fact that he couldn't stay lit. The promise of being lit all night. Something about. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. Chilled cream soups. They're not, and especially as an adult, I can deal with a lot more of that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because corn soup, yeah, it might be just more starchy. It might not be actually a cream soup. Because I think creamed corn, that's the thing. That's probably where my trauma comes from, is creamed corn. Corn was fine when I was a kid, but creamed corn, because it's mashed, they like crush the kernels of corn, so it's like little smashed corn, and just like floating in a creamy kind of soup. So creamed corn was always very traumatic as a little kid. So maybe the corn soup in Japan just reminds me too much of the creamed corn. Yeah, because that was always a weird surprise. Like, oh, this is a vegetable? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's probably where it comes from. Creamed corn. Oh yeah, yeah. Yes, go all night. I think is definitely the idea. Uh, I know this is between the velvet paintings and the creamed corn. I'm getting it all out. This is just my therapy. I'm gonna have to rename the cartoon that it's just therapeutic chit chat and cartoons. All right. Yeah. So disappointment. I don't want to keep doing they. So not they. Yeah, so he had promised. He had promised to stay lit all night. Ah. I'm getting my dolly therapist is paying attention. Uh right, right. Yeah, that's very funny. Yeah, because I put so much like weird nostalgia and like just stupid stuff into the. Well, actually, the stories are worse. So the in those stories that like maybe not so much. I think the first story and the one that you read, Dolly, was more original. There wasn't really any huge. It was kind of just an original character and original situation that you know what I'm wondering. Let me make sure that because I didn't switch any sources, so the microphone's still fine. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, I wasn't plugged into the microphone anymore. So the first story is kind of all original and just following the characters in that setting, but later stories like the divorce story and a lot of other stuff have a lot of weird personal baggage in them, and hopefully it's hidden enough that it's not very obvious, but it was good inspiration. Yes, yeah, the second one. Yes, yeah, the second one has and it's not really facts or events. It's more a lot of the emotion, a lot of the things that I wanted to go for emotionally with the characters were just like really familiar emotional situations. Yeah, just how yeah, kind of, and yeah, it's hard to explain, but uh yeah, the idea of like things being overlaid, like dating after divorce is you've got this overlay of this like weird past trauma that comes up and that you're constantly dealing with, and that was the idea that I wanted to get across with the weird kind of visor video thing in the second story. Is that it's really hard to escape, and yeah, and I just wanted to come up with a situation that kind of expressed that about how you're kind of just like, yeah, that's always there, and it's hard to process it, and it's hard to get past it. Yeah. So yes, it was brutal. It was brutal, but yeah, but I was just trying to more get across the uh yeah, how that's like always there. So in future relationships, you still are looking at it through this like weird filter of your past, yeah, mistakes or past defeats or whatever, your past bad dysfunctional relationships. And so that I thought that was a kind of a story way to kind of, and I don't know if it came across, but I liked that idea. I thought that idea was compelling, of like having a beautiful evening, like going out at night, having a beautiful evening in the city, and still having this thing in your head and going on, and you're sharing it. You're like actually like making somebody else deal with it, because if they're dealing with you, they're dealing with your problems as well. So I wanted to get that across somehow. But yeah, the first version that I tried to make about divorce ended up being too bizarre. It was like too heroic, and I was trying to like make this Yeah, it was all wrong. The tone was really wrong because it was very vengeful. It was very like more about revenge, and it was too ugly and too weird. But I think that worked. I think that second idea worked a little bit better and kind of touches on, I think, something that people can recognize even if they haven't, just if they've had ex relationships, former relationships. I think it touches on that enough. Yeah. It gets worse though. You haven't even seen the Invisible Brother story yet. Yes. Yeah, it gets worse. But it's fun. It's fun. It's a good place to see the most specific personal thing that you have. Can, if it's depicted right fictionally, I think it becomes like really universal. Like it can really resonate. So that's what I'm trying to do with those little details in that story, is trying to find little weird things that I've kind of lived with for such a long time, and they're it being so specific for me, but making it be kind of a universal pain, or a universal, have those things play out in more in ways that people can relate to that emotion without knowing that specific, that specific kind of event or the specific kind of thing. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Now you don't want to read any more of these stories. Oh no, I just blew it. Why? Why am I talking to Dolly about this? But yeah, I hope that's interesting, at least some of the origin of that. Yeah. Yeah, but a lot of it too is just like some of my favorite scenes in movies, or favorite, parts of books or things. It's all like, it all just builds up throughout your life, and things that you always remember and always think, oh, that was so romantic, or that's so painful, or whatever. Like a lot of that is what goes into those stories, just because you're constantly collecting it. It's just things that stay with you, images and things that stay with you. It's fun to like spit those back out and like kind of process through your own experience. I think that makes them more interesting. No, I'm very I have a very good thing, yeah, going. So I've processed a lot of it, but it's good. It's good to yeah, kind of think through those things, because then you don't end up being one of those like old people that's just constantly apologizing. That's so weird for like how you've treated people and stuff. If you process a lot of the things, or like blame people for everything, I think yeah, a lot of people, especially maybe my parents' generation, the kind of baby boomer generation, was more about that, and that's what therapy ended up being for them. Is like, okay, so what can I blame on my parents, and what did my parents do to me? And I think going beyond that, and processing that a little bit better, yeah, is healthy, because then you don't, yeah, you don't keep pointing fingers at people your whole life, or apologize for the things you did to your children. uh yeah, it's funny. All right, what have we written cartoons here? What are we doing? All right, so let's see. um uh so misunderstanding the idea of going all night. Yeah, or something about dangerous, like having a candle in a bed or near a pillow. uh let's see. Yeah, something about lasting longer. Oh yeah, yeah, and it's like it's almost like ripples in a pool. Like, cause I remember, cause my parents still beat the hell out of me, and I remember my mother being, and I think cause they were young too, but and the way they were raised. And I remember my mother being so shocked that I didn't slap my daughter like when she was being difficult when she was really young. That was amazing. It was just like, wow, you're so patient. I wouldn't be able to do that. Yeah. So it's funny how those things ripple. And I'm sure my parents were just, violently beaten, silly, especially because they were like came from bigger families, and I think like sometimes bigger families, that's like an easy way to just crowd control is like everybody gets a spanking. But yeah, so how it kind of it diminishes, each generation kind of gets to decide, and also like I think culturally people say you don't hit your kids, became a lot more prevalent, and also the you know uh, you know child abuse protections got a lot stronger, and kids had more access to, if they were actually being abused, they have access to getting help, and there was more understanding of those situations, and it wasn't like, it's your kid, your property, do what you want to with it. So I think that stopped a little bit. But yeah, your parents, yeah, you're always like playing out part of what this weird script that your parents programmed you with. Oh yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, that's true. And maybe because, yeah, it's not acceptable in most cultures, it's not acceptable to beat your kids anymore, that it is becoming emotional. It's becoming a emotional, psychological thing. Well, I can't hit you, so I'm going to make you feel terrible with my words. I'm going to tell you how disappointed I am in you. Yeah, maybe that's a thing too, is that may have been where it went. um uh Yeah, so this is a sexual dysfunction joke, is what I'm trying to get at with this cartoon, and I can't find like a funny angle or a lighter angle. Let's see. Um, it was for the best. His lack of endurance was probably for the best. Um, yeah, going all night. Yeah, no, that's a good point. It does rewire you. Yeah, yeah. Some of your abuse does get, and then you wonder like why you want to treat people a certain way, or why you get into these like weird cycles or weird little patterns with somebody else, like when you're in a relationship with somebody. It's like, why do I want to do that, or why do I always want to say that, or why does my uh criticism so rough, like why do I verbally want to just abuse this person when they did nothing. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Dolly, god damn it. That's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, it happens to everyone. Yes. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, she assured him it happens to everyone. Yeah, it's exactly. Yeah, that's perfectly light. See, either I'm gonna either use AI, or I'm gonna use YouTube chat to just do all my creative work. I can't. It's gonna be as hands off as possible. I'm gonna be replaced, I think, by crowdsourcing and AI. All right. Yeah, I think that's excellent. Yeah, yeah. The assured is so good. Yeah. Yeah. Anything. There was something about like the danger of having a candle in bed that I liked. Yeah. So assurance. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Assured him happens to everyone. Is it? Is there something that? Oh, and it's so short and sweet too. That's so nice. Um, I'm gonna have to put copyright Dolly for the text for the joke. Ah, yeah. Trying to think if there's any way that I can not use your exact words. She sure to admit it happens to everyone. And the more he thought about it, the harder it was to stay lit. I like the reassuring pillow though. Yeah. Okay, let me keep this. That's pretty short too, though. Or he thought it the harder it's. The more he thought about it, the harder it was to stay lit. Yeah, it's not quite as, yeah, punchy and short. I like the shorter the better, but yeah, but staying lit, I think, is funny because it's just enough about what it's supposed to be. The more he thought about it, the harder it was to stay lit. Oh yeah, yeah, because I guess it could be an open flame in a mattress, anyhow. The more he worried about it, the more he worried. Yeah, let me see. Let's. Oh, this one's even harder. Improvisational breakfast. Sorry. Okay. There was, yeah, much confusion. Let's see. Yeah, maybe I should do a little layer of, I wonder if I can do that. Where's the color? Okay. If I can do that with just white and make it convincing. Yeah, like the bag is here. And maybe it looks like it's underwater now. Yeah, I think it looks enough like plastic. I don't know. Let me see. And it might be one of those details that disappears when it gets small enough. No, I think it's okay. Maybe here, though. This looks more like torn plastic. All right. Okay, so I like sensational. Almost. Improvisational breakfast. Let's see. Oh yeah, maybe the plastic would actually come up. See, I can't write this because I'm gonna just keep drawing it. Like here. Yeah, so then it won't look like a layer of liquid. It looks like plastic that was cut into. Something like that. And maybe not so white. Yeah, there we go. That might read better. She assured him it happens everywhere. Yes, the assurance it happens. everyone did nothing for his ego. Oh. Yeah, just like this sad candle that went out. All right. Oh, the plastic could even come out over the edge here. All right. Improvisational breakfast. It was they had gone too far. They had stepped into a, let's see, improvisational. It may be just rethinking breakfast. Yeah, because maybe not improv, but the led them down bad path. So yeah, the usefulness, yeah, definitely the bowl having the biggest reaction. Oh yeah, and maybe something about, like now people are questioning, the value of office space and things when you can easily telecommute. So the bowl feeling as if it was kind of being excluded, or it wasn't they were doing a lot. they were doing a lot just to exclude the bowl from a cereal bowl from breakfast. Yeah, so his usefulness is in question. Yeah, so the cereal bowl never imagined his usefulness would be questioned. I don't know. It's really bizarre. I love the phrase improvisational breakfast, though. His usefulness. Yikes. Usefulness. This is pretty long. Would come into question. Yeah, so they kind of reimagining everything. This new style breakfast. If this was the future of breakfast, bowls felt left out. Cereal bowls would be left out. Cereal bowl never imagined his usefulness would come without any into question. Yeah. Questioning. It's a new breakfast style left. The bowl. Yeah, left the bowl questioning his usefulness. Well, he's got to be sad throughout all this either way. Let's see. Oh, I think that works. Yeah. New style breakfast. The future of breakfast. The future of breakfast seemed to exclude cereal bowls. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Yeah, so Hmm. Feature of breakfast was trying to exclude cereal bowls. Hmm. The future of breakfast, I don't know if that's may exclude. Yeah, so being obsolete or left behind. Mm. The cerebral never imagined his usefulness would come into question. The future of breakfast was leaving cereal bowls behind. The new breakfast style? I don't know. I'm stuck in breakfast again. All right. The future of breakfast didn't seem to include cereal bowls. Didn't seem to need cereal bowls. Future of breakfast. So I've gotten what, three different. Let's try this. The future of breakfast didn't seem to include cereal bowls. Is that one line or two? One line. What's going on? Future of breakfast with an N somehow didn't seem to include cereal bowls. And it's actually not the future of breakfast. I think this is a very old gimmick that never happened. Breakfast. There's another extra letter in breakfast. The future of breakfast didn't seem to include cereal bowls. I don't know. Let's do a little bit more weird plastic on the box here, so maybe coming over the edge a little bit. Yeah, something bizarre. I don't know what's happening here. There we go. Bizarrely laid open. I don't think there's any breakfast drum. I just remember the mystery of those tiny boxes of cereal. It's like who would like surgically open these boxes to actually pour milk into them. The future of breakfast didn't seem to include cereal bowls, just box cutters. All right. Future of breakfast didn't seem to include cereal bowls. Okay. Still. Future of breakfast is a funnier phrase, maybe. The more he thought about it, the harder it was to stay lit. The more he worried about it. Yeah, worried. Worried. Okay, the more he worried about it, the harder it was to stay lit. She assured him it happens to everyone. That's so short and to the point. Just because these sad little drips of wax make that extra funny. The more he worried about it, the harder it was to stay lit. Yeah, and it has no a candle being lit has no sexual function at all. Well, I guess it depends on what you do with candles. Oh, I like the worry. So are we putting the response? The more he worried about it, the harder it was to stay lit. I like. Yeah, I like the weirdness of that being lit is somehow a function of the something they're doing together, though. The more he worried about it, the harder it was to stay lit. That he has to will himself to have a flame. uh, uh, yeah. Oh wait, maybe put some little wrinkles here. Oh, still got the text tool. Maybe like there was no, I don't know. Like no, I don't think that's gonna work. Suggesting there was some kind of dent in the pillow. No. All right. Yes. Thank you, Dolly, for. I really like. But I think I want to the will of him being lit. I think is what I will do, because this is definitely though. There's a couple of different. Like this line, I can imagine there's a couple of different things where it would work, like something that had spilled, before it was used or whatever would be good. Yeah. I don't know. The harder it was to stay lit. Yeah. I'm still thinking. Let me go back to this horrible breakfast thing. Future breakfast didn't seem to include cereal bowls. Okay. The future of breakfast. Sure. Yeah, that might work. It's not the future of breakfast. Anyhow. Yeah, well, there's been a lot of trauma talk in this live stream. Oh, yeah, that's what I hate. So I was talking about before, like there's thing, like cafe English lessons, probably in most of Asia, but in Japan, people that need English for their business will just meet for an hour at a coffee place. I just want to make small talk or talk about current events or something, so they can be more practiced for small talk in their business life, like during or after meetings or at dinners or whatever. And sometimes those turn into just kind of therapy sessions where the person is just talking about how much they hate their work or how miserable they are doing something. And it's like, wow. So there definitely is a need for talk therapy in Japan, because some people get to that point pretty quick. They just want to, let out a bunch of frustration. It's like, well, yeah, I guess doing that in English is okay. And I guess if it motivates them to speak, then that's fine. But it's a little odd. You can see the desire there to, kind of talk through stuff. So it's very funny. Yes. Yeah, I like the worried one. The worried one, because it brings up the idea of like lighting the bed on fire. So is he worried about lighting the bed on fire, or is he worried about just being lit? Yeah. Yeah. Something like that. I don't know. All right. Yeah, maybe I should have included some more odd, like non-breakfast things. Yeah, but it's the future of breakfast. Oh wow. Oh, what am I finding something now? What's going on? Oh, that was supposed to be a save. Okay. Oh, wow. Velvet paintings. Yeah, that's a good thing to think about. That would be fun to do. And I think too because that fakey velvet has a kind of a rough texture, so when you're using it grabs the paint. So you're basically dry brushing, I think. I don't think you're really doing full strokes or anything. You're kind of dry brushing, just contour lines and stuff. Oh yeah. So what am I talking about? What am I talking about? I can show you here. So you can see, yeah, from this, you can see that there's not like full brush strokes. It's just a bunch of edge lighting and kind of dry brushing to get different different textures and things. Wow, velvet painting. But I think because the velvet has the texture, kind of that fuzzy texture, that you can just, you know, if you're dry brushing it, it sticks enough and gives you a lot of texture coming from the back, coming from the surface. Nice. uh, wow. Yeah, velvet paintings. I wonder what happened to that poor King Crimson thing. I think I've seen other versions of that though. Crimson head painting. Oh, what am I doing here? I'm not. There we go. Oh, it's not giving me. I guess I'm. What am I doing? This is a weird window. Okay, now we'll just play Google Google games on Livestream. I'll just look at this really quick. Yeah, I think that's the most recognizable. The story behind the art. Yeah, there's been a lot of people reproducing that. Nope. 21st century schizoid man. Oh, there's actual. Oh, that's the album cover. Ooh, that's the 40th anniversary box set. Has that face all over. Oh yeah, and it's even more disturbing. There we go. There's the inside. Yeah, that's right. So this is the. Wait. Oh no, I'm going to somebody's weird website. Yeah, the inside is. So, In the Court of the Crimson King is the album. Look at that. The inner, inside the gate fold art is even worse. Yikes. All right. But they reproduced it in the 40th anniversary set. Nice. So the original artwork hung on the wall on Kings Road, full daylight for several years. Wow. So yeah, it got all faded and ruined. Yeah, it'd be funny to see a black velvet version of that again. All right. Just Googling random things. Yes. Yeah, that'll be a whole live stream. It's like, what should we look up today? Let's read Wikipedia together. All right. Well, I'm not going to have any more of that corn chocolate. Oh, yikes. But, yeah. Oh, it's getting, wow, it's getting to be 6. So what is it getting to be where you are at 10 a.m.? Yeah, Dolly. That's crazy. Oh. Yeah, you end up in some really random, especially like image search. It's so funny how sometimes the image search like references, oh, so they show the context of where they are, just all the members of the band. Um, yeah, they don't show. There's that album. Yeah, they don't show where it was posted. That's funny. Oh, there's a nice big one. Yeah, it's definitely watercolor. You can see from the. Yeah, I wonder how large the original artwork was. It's crazy. Oh, no coffee. Oh man, how did you make it through this live stream with no coffee? Uh, that's crazy. I had to get all caffeined up before I survive this. I wonder if I'm gonna get a copyright strike from using the having a King Crimson background for most of the live stream. But I guess as long as I don't play any music, I'm safe. Uh, oh yeah, what is dinner? Dinner is, wow, I don't know. What were we doing? Maybe okonomiyaki. I think my daughter was cheering for. It was either somen or okonomiyaki for her summer. She's calling a lot of the shots for summer vacation dinners. She has very strong opinions about what she wants to have for dinner. So yeah, it's one of the two. I think somen would be cooler and a nicer match for the hot summer weather. But yeah, but the Osaka style food is good too. Yeah, yeah, I appreciate it, Delby. That's very sweet. I'm glad you came by. Yeah, and we have to. Yeah, let me know how things go with you, and when you get kind of moved out and resettled, so we can do some more recording together. That's really fun. Yeah, and I think I've got that's the version with the retakes in it, the one that I posted the link for. I put that's the WAV file then with the retakes in it. But when I did the filtering and like noise reduction in it, it didn't sound better, it just sounded different. Like I got the background noise out, but some of the things like you can hear sometimes the clock ticking a little bit in the quieter moments, and you can hear the noise reduction just turned it into this weird kind of digital click thing. So it sounds okay, and like in the context of like sci-fi story, it sounds okay. I cut a lot of it out, but sometimes it like gets in there with your voice a little bit. But the noise reduction, yeah, doesn't quite handle that stuff very well unless I had a really clear sample of it. It doesn't take some of the stuff out. So yeah, it's making it's ruining some of the nice quality of your voice. It's making it a little more digital, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll play around with trying it. But thank you for doing the wave version of it. I think that helped, but I just didn't have the skills to make it work as well as I thought I could. But the retakes seemed to work well too, and thank you for doing that as well. The retakes were nice, and I'm not sure what I should have asked your opinion. I wanted to cut out because somebody that read the story like a couple of years ago said that some of the dialogue felt odd, and I think the one thing that they had the biggest problem was the line "Go fuck yourself" line, and because it stands out, there's not really anything else adult in it, but that so now I know what it means when someone tells you to go fuck yourself. So I changed that to self-love, and so it's a lot more all audiences and a lot softer, but I don't think the story is it's a more adult story, so an F-bomb in there is not the end of the world. Yeah, I'm just curious about your opinion of if it should if I should leave that in there, if that worked as playful, or if that just sounded kind of fake, like who would say that kind of thing. Yeah, that's true. I think for that, for the guy that read that was like, oh yeah, no, and they're swearing in the second story too, but I think it's supposed to represent the anger. It's that scene of anger. So I might be able to cut that up too, or soften it, but I think it works okay. for now. We'll see. Yeah, because that's another thing too, is making it a podcast. I'll have to like say, mature audiences or whatever with the kind of the content. I think there's enough like adult content that it probably should be, and at least yeah, it should be at least mature mature audiences, because of yeah, just some of the especially the kind of heavy emotional stuff too. It's a little bit yeah, I don't think anybody too young would yeah, have any idea what's going on. All right. Wow. Right. Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't think, yeah, you don't want to yeah, I don't think I don't want him to be too charming, because I think like right away you're like suspect of him, like because he's like, oh, I'm cool if you're just, if you're married and you're just sleeping around, it's cool. Like I wanted to you know make you like question his motives and things right away, so that it was an easier, it was a little bit of an understandable or easier choice for her to kind of yeah, walk out of that situation. But yeah, I don't know. A couple of fucks are okay. Yeah. So I'm still, yeah, trying to find the, and I'll know, I guess, when if it finds an audience, that'll tell me whether or not that combination works. Oh man, but yeah, thank you so much, Dolly, for setting an alarm and with no caffeine, sitting through my stories of childhood trauma and Japanese snack eating. Ugh. Yes. A couple of fucks never hurt anybody. Yes. uh, all right. But yeah, I think I'll wrap it up. Yeah, because it's 10 till. So you go out and get some coffee. Yeah, what's the quarantine situation? I mean, I guess you're wearing masks everywhere, but like the local shops must be yeah, still like, yeah, doing social distancing and stuff. That's, yeah, that sucks. There's still alcohol. There's still pump alcohol everywhere. Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, I miss you too. Yeah, but it's great. It's great that we're able to stay in touch. That's the weird thing about technology now, is like we could literally, you know, with both of us live streaming, just like see each other every few days and get updates about everything very easily. That's so strange. It's so strange that, yeah, it doesn't seem that far. It's just like, yeah, you're never physically together, but maybe that's that's a thing of the past. Maybe we'll never be again. But like, if we start doing game nights online, then, if we can work out a good schedule for it, then anybody anywhere can be included, because we're not going to be in the same physical room. It's crazy. That's just weird that we're at this point of making these like weird decisions. Very strange. Wait to go in. Yeah. I saw that, like lines in like New York and stuff. I saw lines in front of bodegas. So there's only so many people. Wow, crazy. Yeah, no cuddles. That's true. That's true. And you can't make drinks for us too. That was, your Dr. Peppers were crazy good. That was crazy. I think both John and I were blown away by how good those were. That's nuts. Yeah, we'll have to do that, because there's a lot of good games, and Chris has a lot of stuff that she wants to try out on us still, I'm sure. But all right, so take care. You have you have a good rest of your day, and I'll have a good rest of my dinner. And so if you're just watching this for the first time, or just kind of stumbled on, abusecartoons.com is the website. And you can follow on Twitter at abusecartoons. And then the archive that we looked at in the comments little segment there, comment section, the archive is gocomics.com/domestic abuse. And I do this every Tuesday afternoon, kind of Monday evening, North American time. So please come back and watch if you get a chance. And yeah, everybody take care, stay safe, and I will talk to you soon. Dolly, you take care, and yeah, keep me updated about how things are going. I know you've got some transition coming up, some change of location, so I hope that goes well, and hope your kitties will handle that well too. That's always fun. Everything smells different and sounds different when everywhere you go. So okay, I will be back again. Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you, Joe, for the donation. It's much appreciated. You're a great great person to have in the chat, and as always, the chat is fun, and it's good to see people are still hanging in there, and no one's given into this bizarre situation that we're all in now. But with the King Crimson Psychoid face behind me, I'll wish you a good evening, good day, and take care, and I'll be back next week. Goodbye.